Hello, friends. Welcome to Coding Garden. Welcome to a Friday stream. We're going to be working on Listed, which is an app that will allow users to create, share, and watch YouTube channels. You can see our progress so far. This is an app being built with SvelteKit, and it's talking to a Postgres database. And right now it's pretty simple. It looks like this. So you can log in with YouTube. That'll take you over to the Google OAuth, listed. Click your account, you get redirected back. That's all the app can do right now, but that's going to change today because today we're going to allow you to actually create lists. You're going to create lists and we're going to integrate with the YouTube API. So the YouTube API has an endpoint where we can search for channels and YouTube videos and stuff like that. So yes, finally we're going to get some actual features today. But first, we've got some upgrades that need to be made. So right now, Auth.js and Skeleton UI have new versions with breaking changes. So before we can work on features, we need to upgrade to these latest versions, and then we can start working on features. It should be a pretty seamless upgrade, I think. I think. We'll see. I know that the types that we've overridden for Auth.js, the way that we override those has changed, so we'll have to figure out how to do that. And then this is actually really good news. Skeleton is version 1, so we were on the release candidate 0.132.5, which means we probably don't have any breaking changes. But they literally released version 1.0 an hour ago. Literally, like you can see the release 1 hour ago. So we're gonna upgrade. I think because we already upgraded, we shouldn't have to change anything, but we'll see. Yeah, so there, like I said, hopefully there shouldn't be any breaking changes. This is my break timer. Let's take a quick stretch before we get into it. Well, the breaking changes are with the types, which I guess they think is not a breaking change. But you'll see what I mean when we upgrade. But let's say hi to everybody. Let's welcome everybody in, and then we'll get to managing our dependencies. Then we'll get into actually working on features. But it's good to see you all. We are working on this thing called Listed. So for the first 10 minutes or so, we're gonna welcome everybody in. It's gonna be a little bit chill before we get started. But if you want to get caught up, here are all the links. So if you click that, that'll take you to the GitHub repo. This will take you to the devlogs, which are short summaries that we do at the end of every stream. And then you can see all of the live streams and devlogs at that link. So if you click that link, you have enough time to watch the devlog from last time before we actually start coding. Cool. What? Wait, what? What? I didn't even read the message, but what? Okay. If it's your first time in the chat, do not post links. I don't think that was a real user. I think that was a bot. But if it's your first time in chat, you should at least say hello first, and then eventually, once we get to know you, then maybe you can send a link in the chat. Yeah, I'm using a vertical mouse. Here, so it's a left-handed vertical mouse. It helps with wrist pain because. Let's talk about ergonomics for a second. So when you use a regular mouse, your wrist is like this, and that's an unnatural position because these two bones cross over each other. And so if you use the mouse too long and too often, this can actually cause some pain in your wrist. But if you use a mouse like this, then your wrist is in a more neutral position, so you're less prone to wrist pain or repetitive strain injuries. All right, let's say hi to everybody. If you want me to say hello, you can say hi, hello, hello, hey, yo, cheers, greetings, hi, what's up, morning, afternoon, evening, howdy, good day, coding, hi-yo, vohio, boga, hey. Say any one of these things. I'll acknowledge you. I'll notice you. And the first person to say hello was America 2050 an hour ago. Welcome in America 2050. Glad to see you. What's up, Mark and Zelino, and hello, Murdoch and David. How's it going? What's up, Pobplip and Damon, and I am Dana. What's up, Unloved Slug and Hushu? Hello, the Teme. Yeah, I've been doing some cleaning in my office, and I found the stickers that Alka sent me. I misplaced them, but I finally found them. So if you look there in front of my YouTube plaque, I've got the TMI.js and the Alka sticker. I finally found them. But Alka sent them to me directly. Yeah. What's up, Shark Turn Up? And Jerry? Welcome in. Glad to see you. Yeah, I saw your comment about merch and then also a Coding Garden themed timer. Maybe we'll do that one day. But yeah, I need to look into merch providers in India because I'm pretty sure the current merch provider I have just is not good at that kind of logistics. But yeah, what's up, Dr. Phantom and Origin? Hello, DXDrony and Amara. What's up, Salahuddin and Dojava and Daddy Ray? Hopefully you figured out that issue, Daddy Ray. I was chatting with them this morning. Hello, George and Doomvit. What's up, Prasant and Codebrains and Old School Rapper and Zabath? What's up, Fun Planet and Sequel Gordster? Hello, Part-Time Mary, Dev Henrique and Gigi and Kava and Eddie. What's up, Mulanji and Noko or Noku and Newtacular and Thresh and Pink Rubber Boots? What's up, Amasil? I won't be able to watch today's stream. Can I continue the logo session with any fixes I thought of? Yeah, feel free. Yeah, I don't think we're even gonna choose a logo today. We're gonna honestly, I think I want to choose a logo before we deploy, and we haven't deployed yet, and I don't think we're gonna deploy today because I'm actually envisioning some database changes today too as well. So yeah, feel free to comment on that issue. And I think you heard our feedback last time. Like basically we want a version of it that looks like an L instead of an F. If that makes sense. But what's up, Kaputnik? Kaputnik? Hello. What's the difference between Vite and Tari? Vite is a build tool, comparable to like Webpack. Tari is a platform for building desktop apps, comparable to sort of Electron. I do believe you can use Vite inside of a Tari app because Vite is the build tool and then Tari is just the host, but Tari can load your Vite app running in development inside of a Tari window, I do believe. What's up, Tanner Barcelos? What's up, Limeoats and Amr? Hello, author. Yeah. Oh, glad to hear it. Yeah, get back into Next and TypeScript. That's good stuff. What's up, Muhammad? React Native developer. Very good. No, I'm not using NVIDIA. I have a blue screen. You're not gonna be able to hear me for a second, but I'll show you some behind the scenes. So it's just me in a room with a big blue sheet behind me, and I'm using Chroma Key. It's just a filter inside of OBS. I've tried NVIDIA background removal. It's not the best. Because like when I point like this, you can see right now my background removal is like fairly good. There's not too much. Like if I move too fast, you can see it's like weird stuff happens. But if I'm moving just enough, it looks fine. With NVIDIA background removal, it'll chop my fingers off if I'm pointing like this. I imagine one day it's gonna be amazing, so I won't need a blue screen anymore. but yeah, I use a blue screen. What's up, Calvaria and Danger Mouse? Yeah, and I guess that's also that's how I can have a green chair is because my screen is blue. What's up, Danger Mouse and Karthikul? Welcome in, everybody. Glad to see you. Yeah, so in OBS, I'm using Chroma Key settings. It's just a built-in filter. So you basically choose the color, and then you can remove that color. And you can choose the similarity, and then you can also, yeah, because you can see, if you look really close, there's like little tinglies around my finger. It's trying its best, so I appreciate that, sir. Yeah, I wish Twitch would just have subtitles built in. There's so many streams that I watch that I wish they had subtitles, and they don't. Aliasing? Is that what it is? Yeah. But I think, yeah, I mean, you can see it on my hat, too. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know, Boy5. It seems like gamers should be better. I don't know. There's closed captions you can sim from OBS without. So yeah, I have that plugin installed. So I used to use the overlay extension that's made by what's his name? Talk to me, Gooseman. Talk to me, Gooseman? Yes. He's created an extension. A lot of people use this one. We'll give him a shout out. I haven't seen him streaming in a while, but definitely drop a follow on him. But he made an overlay extension, and I used to use that one, but now I use one that's built into OBS. I think it uses like the Google Translation API or the Google Speech to Text API because it's running in like a Chromium tab or something like that. And so the subtitles are built in on Twitch. You may not know this. You can click the settings icon and you can choose CC, and they should pop up. And it's not an overlay; they're actually embedded captions. So yeah, that's what's happening there, which is different than a Twitch overlay. Okay, I think we're ready. Are we ready? If you're ready, type 1. Are you ready to hopefully not spend an hour on these breaking changes? Yeah. Manny Attic says, I always want to watch more of your streams, but since I'm working, I need to put something else. Because you start talking about really interesting stuff, and I need to pay attention. I'm sorry to hear that. I guess it's a good thing that I talk about interesting things. I'm sorry to distract you, but here's what you can do. When you're not working, put me on in the background. That'll help. It'll get like one more view on the YouTube VODs. Yeah, Skeleton hit 1.0 an hour ago. Literally 1 hour ago it got released. All right, let's get into it. The first thing I'm going to do is I'm just going to upgrade Auth Core and Auth SvelteKit. Because I'll be honest, I tried this off stream and I do know that there are breaking changes, so we're going to fix them though. But right now, I ran this tool, npx npm upgrade. This shows you all of your dependencies that are outdated, and it'll ask you if you want to update them in your package.json. So I'm going to update Auth Core and Auth SvelteKit. We're not going to update Skeleton. That'll be a separate one. And so now in my package.json, it got updated to the latest version, and if I do npm install, it'll install that latest version. Now, if I do type check, which is a command we have built into our app. So in our package.json, right here, we'll create a branch. Good call, good call. Type check just runs TypeScript without emitting any code, but this will tell us if there's any type errors in our code. So configs, I mean, technically we're going to have to update the type definitions. Are those considered configs? I don't know, but here's my break timer. Let's take a quick stretch. But this is going to break. And it's going to be a doozy to fix, I think. But here we go. So a little bit of background. We've added on to the types in Auth.js because we want the user ID to be a part of the user session object, and we want the user settings to be a part of the setting object. So, I mean, we spent a while figuring out how exactly to override these types so that it would be happy with this, but you can see it's complaining again. And the types we overrode were over here. And so, actually, yeah, we can look at the issue to see if they tell us how to fix it. But you see we have a to-do. Update when they fix this. We had to override the module like deeply nested inside of Auth SvelteKit. And ideally, if they fix this, well, they didn't close the issue. Well, what's up, Bob? Welcome in. So right now, we're not really doing much testing. We have a very simple end-to-end test with Playwright, and then we have not set up any unit tests. We want to add more tests, but we haven't. We've mainly just been working on setup and config, so it hasn't made sense to really test anything just yet. Okay. Create a folder called types. Declare module. Auth core types. Yeah, so this should be easy enough to just override that instead, I think. Okay. So now in the way that we figured this out before is we actually went to where that session thing is defined. So if you look over here, if I say go to definition on this, you can see that it's taking me here, and then I can say go to definition on this, and this is where that interface is defined that we want to override. And now you can see, like, it used to resolve to some like nested folder. It used to actually resolve to this folder, but now it's resolving to auth core source types. So, it should be we should be able to just override. Let's actually override the import, because you can see we had a different import as well. So, if we look at auth core types. Seems good. And if we go to this definition, it resolves to that one. So that's good. So this is the module that we want to override, auth core types. And so now, instead, we will override this one, auth core types. Does that fix the error? It fixes the error here. That's good. Type check. That's all. It fixed it. That's all we needed. I really thought that was going to be much worse than it was. That's awesome. Fantastic. That's what we want to see. Basically, yeah, and I'm going to go comment on that issue as well because it appears to be open. Still? Yeah, 2 weeks ago. Version 0.5.1 fixes this. You should now be able to override the module directly. Yeah, so you can see we had to do this. We overrode the other one. And then yeah. And I do believe it's version 0.5.1, right? Yeah, 0.5.1. Cool. All right. What's up, Yasir? Welcome in. And hello, Lakey. This is great. Okay, let's see if we have any other TS ignores, but we get to remove that one to do, which is awesome. Let's search the whole code base for TS ignore. Yeah, maybe these got fixed too. Maybe. Eh? It's happening! It's happening! Okay, that's awesome. I'm happy about that. Well, no, never mind. That was the wrong file. Because that was the generated one. Will it work with the non-generated one? No, it doesn't. Okay, I got happy too soon. Yeah, that was the output file, not the actual file. So we still need to ignore this. This needs to be fixed in the auth SvelteKit library. Yeah. Exclamation mark theme will get you my theme. All right. Was there any other TS ignores? Yeah, that's the only one. So that was the only fix we could make, but that's okay. We'll update the devlog too because we did that. So we upgraded Auth.js. The code base is cleaner now, which I'm happy about. Let's make sure the app still starts up. Like it should be fine, but we're not getting any type errors in VS Code anymore. So the app starts up. We can still go to it. We can see there's no errors in the console. We're good. We're good. I'm gonna check out a branch. Upgrade auth.js. It's going to run the type check and the linter as a part of commit hooks. We should be good. And it runs the playwright integration test, but you'll see we only have one test. It literally just makes sure that the homepage has the title of the app on it. We need to add more integration tests. But we should be good. Yeah, we're using Husky. And then last time we set up lint staged. So it's Husky and lint stage. Lint stage makes sure that the linter and the type checker only run on the files that have changed. Husky calls lint stage. So you can see in our Husky commit hook here, we call lint stage from inside of it. All right, let's merge this in and then upgrade skeleton, which again, I think is going to be pretty seamless, hopefully. I guess I didn't test login. I should probably test login. Because we did upgrade the Svelte kit auth, but it should be fine. Yeah, that still works. Great. Thanks. Thanks, Omar2205. It looks good to me. I haven't. So there's Comitizen. There's also Commitlint. I try to use emojis in my commit messages. I probably should start following what's it called? Conventional commit. I should probably start following this. Most open source projects follow the conventional commit, where you see like feat if there's a feature, or chore, or docs, or fix. And then you can actually install a linter that lints against making sure your commit messages look like this. I've considered it. Feat, F-E-A-T, feature. Yeah, so we should do something like that. Not today. We have spent way too much time, in configs. But in the future, we should definitely do it. Cool. Test pass. Let's merge this thing. Merge from the command line. Yeah, well, yeah, I understand that. I want to have a PR on GitHub so we have a history of it, and then whenever I do the summary of what we did today, it's easy if I can just point at the PR that got closed. Because when I'm doing the summary video, I can literally click this and I can show all of the things that changed. I guess technically, if it's a single commit, I could do that too, but I don't know. All right, things are going smoothly, which is not usually the case for Coding Garden. Let's take a quick break, and let's hope that the upgrade of Skeleton, it goes just as smooth. Oh, I guess you're right. So technically, I see what you're saying. I could open the PR, but then just merge it locally, and then push up to main, and then that would close the PR automatically. Yeah. I mean, we're not at feature development yet. I went through and deleted all of my old branches. I need to make sure that I do that, because I ran into an issue earlier where I checked out a branch name that already existed and didn't realize it. But I'm deleting the branch locally so that I don't actually accidentally do that. Yeah, we haven't fixed or picked an icon library just yet. Oh, git fetch prune would remove the branches? But I'm going to pull main in, which will be those changes. And now we're going to check out another branch, upgrade skeleton. If you use lowercase d, it won't let you accidentally delete an unmerged branch. Oh, that's fine though. I know that it got merged on GitHub. Okay, here we go. Yeah, auth is good to go. Skeleton version 1. Now, and Jerry, thank you for the sub. I appreciate that. Documentation overhaul, homepage redesign, page structure. Okay. The structure of each inner documentation page has been reworked to provide more information at a glance. All right, well, this is just documentation. What about the library itself? It honestly might be as easy as just upgrading to version 1.0. Let's do it. And then we'll run it. Yeah, I did, Oscar. But again, it's going to take time to even get a landing page set up. I'll do that at another time. Let's run the type check to see if there's anything weird with like our imports or anything like that. That seems fine. We run our linter. That seems fine. The app starts up. The buttons still render. Oh, you created one? I'll look at it in a second. Yeah, everything's fine. Everything's fine. But like I said, we upgraded to 0. What was it? We upgraded to this one last time, and they did mention that this was a release candidate, meaning there very likely wouldn't be any breaking changes. Also, we're not really doing that much with skeleton. So like let's look at everywhere where we're importing skeleton. Um like the Tailwind config. Let's double check in their docs that we have the Tailwind config set up correctly. So manual install. We've got resolve skeleton labs skeleton /star dot html js svelte ts. Cool. And then under plugins, you got import require invoked. Seems fine. Let's make sure that we're bringing in the style sheets in the same way. So our style sheets we're bringing into our layout page. Here. So we're bringing in, well, this says, we can fix this. This says bring the theme in before you bring in all. I don't know if that changed anything, but bring in the theme, bring in all, import app.postcss. Well, you're totally right, Unloved Slug. That is one thing, you're totally right. I didn't even think about that. We should be able to, we had it to do, remove after the skeleton update. So there was a bug. Yeah, well, I think it's a good call. We need to search for all to-dos. There was a bug where this styling, sorry, I didn't warn you. You're gonna get flashbanged if it's nighttime in your room. I'm gonna press the button in 3 seconds. 3, 2, 1. Light mode, dark mode. This was broken, so we had to add these extra styles. Ideally, we shouldn't have to do that anymore. But we will add rounded. What? I'm sorry. I'm really sorry. But yeah, so we didn't have to set the height anymore, which is great. Okay, let's see if there's any other to-dos. Prisma Seeds, Hook Server, and Noko or Noku. Thank you for the resub. Yeah. I think we're good. Cool. Yeah, because the setup was fine. I think because we upgraded last time, one of the main breaking changes last time was the fact that we had to change the class names. So now this is variant filled primary instead of button filled primary. So I think we're done. I think we're good. That's everything. Yeah. Remove all to-dos. Yeah, we'll do that eventually, but we got to work on features. It's honestly so cumbersome to not actually be working on features. It also like sets a bad example because it's like people that tune in, they're like, what are you even doing? All you ever do is work on configs. Like, why don't you ever actually write any actual code? But here we are. We're about to write some actual code. Configs are love. More configs? Not today. Not today. Look at this. After this, we will well, we're gonna try to work on features. I should turn on dark mode for their docs. There we go. Here we go. I'll create the pull request. Let's see if I can do what you were mentioning, CodeBrains. So create the PR. And then once I have the PR, just merge it locally. Is that what you were saying? What were you saying? Merge from the command line. Oh, well, here's the thing. Like, it doesn't. It wouldn't even have to. I wouldn't even have to put closes because, um, yeah, basically I merge into main, push to GitHub, and then they'll recognize it. But honestly, it's running the CI anyway, so I kind of want to make sure that this passes. It should pass because it passed locally. But I'm okay with this workflow because I would say this: if you're working on a team of one, you probably don't need to do this because you're running all of the stuff locally anyways. But there are other people that could potentially contribute to this code base, which is why I'm following this flow, and I want to have the PR to show in the highlight of what we did today to show what we changed. It's easier to like group the stuff that we've done. Yeah. Yeah. That's up to you, the Rugged Bear. But if they fail in CI, you got to fix them before anybody will look at your stuff. But then also, it's faster to run it locally. Skeleton's not mine. No. Hey, our Pats, thank you for the 5 months. Skeleton. Oh no, their homepage. What happened to their homepage? No. No. It still works. I guess the homepage is like bugging out for some reason. They did release this this version 1, so that might have broken the homepage. The docs still work though, which is fine. But no, this is not my project. It is a person named Indigo. Oh, they have an organization. I think did I say their name right? Yeah, Indigo 9740. He's the main creator. Let's take a quick stretch. But yeah, about just letting CI run the stuff, that's fine. In my experience, CI is a lot slower than just running it locally. Now, if you want to avoid running it for every commit, you can always do no verify, but you should always check it before pushing up to some remote. Because the other thing to think about is the fact that it literally took compute time on a remote server to get that green check mark. And if you didn't check it first, then you're spending more compute time. Yeah. Work on a project where the tests take like 8 to 9 minutes, and then you're okay with the CI fails because of a lint error, right? But I think that's the thing is your CI wouldn't even have to run if you caught the lint error locally. And if you're not using lint stage, that would definitely help because we set this up last time. Basically, anytime the linter or type check runs before a commit, it only runs on these files that have changed. So if you change a markdown file or you change a config file or something that doesn't match this, then your linter and type checker don't even need to run, which is pretty cool. Let's check out main. Did somebody say git prune? Git prune what? Git fetch -p? That's cool. Deleted all those remotes. And then we still have upgrade skeleton locally. So someone mentioned git branch -d with lowercase is not fully merged. Are you sure you want to delete it? I am, because it's merged on the remote. But that's good to know. Yeah, but I think that's the thing is like if you have a project where it takes that long to run tests and everything else, yeah, you've got a lot more to worry about. So, I don't blame you for letting CI handle it, but at the same time, I would still it wasn't. Oh no, I deleted it when I clicked the delete button myself. I try to delete any branches that we merge in so we don't have a bunch of branches hanging around here. Okay. We've done it. Now, We're not quite going to work on features because we need to wireframe, but let's help me think about how we're going to handle this. So in the app, log out really quick. Like, yeah. I don't like when people merge a PR and don't delete the branch. Me too. I don't think that's unpopular. I don't like when people merge a PR and don't delete the branch. And do delete. There's too much negation in there. I don't know what you're for or against. The Rugged Bear. But I don't like a bunch. If the branches are stale, if the branches have already been merged, then I delete them. I think that's what you're saying. But yeah, wouldn't merging close the branch? Well, it doesn't close it. Like technically on GitHub, it's still listed. Like it still shows up under branches. On my company, we leave all of the branches since it's part of the product that will be delivered to the client. Yeah, it depends. I would argue that you don't need to do, if you're doing feature branch workflow, then you probably don't need to do that because, and if you're merging, if you're squashing commits, then you don't need to do that either because every commit on here represents one branch, potentially represents one branch that got merged into the repo. So if you need to roll back to a specific one, you have the specific commit ID that you can do that on. But it depends on, every project is different. And it depends on everything else that you're doing because if you're not squashing commits, then the branch has that info of where those commits belong together. But yeah, so on GitHub, if you don't delete the branch, it'll show up here. It'll show up as merged, but yeah. There might be an option. I couldn't find it, and I'm not going to search for it because it doesn't matter. We need to work on features. So here's the app. When you click login, we already have the onboarding, which we need to upgrade. We need to update that. There's more stuff we need to ask for in the onboarding, but I want to work on creating a list. So you all tell me, what should this look like? Basically, now that I'm logged in, I think our homepage will basically have just like a button that says create list. And then below that, we can see all of the lists that have been created. But I think right now, if you're logged in, then I think we just have a button on the homepage. Does that make sense? Or tell me what your ideas are. Because like technically we could have a menu and the menu could have like a drop down with a create option. But I think if you're logged in and you don't have any lists, we can literally display that right here. Yeah, we could have like the floating button down here. Let's see if Skeleton has floating buttons. Yeah. So if you're new here, definitely always use the today command whenever you come in here. And also check out the frequently asked questions because I'm working on I'm doing stuff. All right. So let's look at buttons. Yeah, so they basically the what do you call it? The floating action button is a material design concept. So like we could create a circle button with like a plus icon inside of it or something like that. Yeah. All right, we're gonna look at what Oscar suggested, but if it's not cool, then I'm timing you out for 5 minutes, Oscar. Something like this. I can't see it. Do you think my brain has an HTML renderer? This is probably fine. Are you using Tailwind or what are you using? Oh, Pico CSS. Ah, that's probably fine. But what am I supposed to do with this? Here's the thing, right? I have to copy this code. I have to create a Vercel project. I have to deploy. This looks good. I like what you've done, Oscar. You don't get timed out, but I don't have the time to do this, and we don't need to do this. We need to work on features, and also someone redeemed a a focus mode. So we're gonna go into focus mode right now. Yeah. Okay. Here we go. I think we're just gonna have a create button right there. I'm just gonna wireframe it really quick. just to, well, that's me. I'm really big. Hi, everyone. And then the lighting isn't the same over here, but that's fine. We're just gonna, very high level, what's gonna happen here. So we have the home page. Right now we have the nav bar, and I think literally all we're going to do is just have a button here that says create. Create a list. We could do, I look like I have like white goth makeup on. What they mentioned was or someone in the chat mentioned was like a floating action button. You typically see this in Material UI apps or Material Design apps where like there's a little button there with a plus. I don't think I'm gonna do that. I'm just gonna have a regular plain old button. So yeah, when you click this goes to the /create page. And Nick, thank you for the resub who says UI design. I mean, we probably should do something like we should prefix it. So like list/create. Maybe not though, because the domain is going to be listed.tv. So listed.tv/list/create. I think we're just going to have /create. And then that takes you to the creation page. Now, a list is going to have a title. It's going to have a description, which is going to be like a longer, like a text area. And then we're going to have a whole UI for searching for channels that you then add to the list, because the lists have channels. They don't have videos. Here, this is the camera. So well, I think we'll design this UI over here, but it's basically going to have like a search box. You type it in, you get back a list of channels, and then you can add them one by one. And I think maybe we'll show like an avatar of the channel icon listed below it. And then there will be a create or like a go button. But the actual adding channels to the list UI, let's design what that's going to look like. So we'll have a search box. They'll type in a channel name, and then we need to show the results below that. I think we'll probably just have cards. So the card can have the channel name, the channel description, and then any other metadata we get back from the YouTube API, and then we probably also have the avatar there too. And so we get a card for every result. And then there needs to be a way to add it to the list. So we'll probably just have like a plus button here. And then when they click that, that will list the channel here. It'll have like their avatar, and then we also have potentially like a little minus button. So if you want to remove any channels. So any channel you've added gets added above it in the list there. And then if the channel is up here, it actually shows up as a minus sign. So you technically you could remove it down here as well. I am the design team. And I think this is fine. This will allow us to create the list. We have the title, we have the description. Let's double check all of our database properties to make sure that we've accounted for everything. Why the plus button? What happens if you click the card? I don't want to have just clicking the card. I want to have a specific button. We could probably have a link to the YouTube channel that opens in a new tab. I'm not opposed to that. But let's look at our Prisma schema and see if we're missing anything for lists. Because a list has a name, a description. Visibility is public, unlisted, and private. I think, we should have a drop down for the visibility. So call this viz. That'll just be a drop down where you can select public, unlisted, or private. You are the creator, the person creating it, and then each of the list items has name and description. We're just going to be pulling these from the YouTube API. So, yeah, I agree with that part-time married. I would say this one screen, the list creation page, I don't know if there's a similar YouTube UI for that. For the actual navigation of the app and the actual, like, when you're looking at this list of channels, that should look similar to YouTube. I agree with that. But I can't think of a UI that already exists on YouTube that looks this way. Yeah, the edit page. Yeah, it'll probably look exactly the same. I think we'll probably reuse it. Yeah. And so I was thinking about that, Kyanch. There's no draft state, but I think you'll just list it as unlisted. So, like, you could save it. It's unlisted, which means it doesn't show up on your profile. You have to specifically know the list ID or the list name to even get there. We could add another visibility property of draft. And that means only you can view it. What do y'all think? Do we want draft on here? Could the YouTube channel card have a profile photo in the circle? Yeah, that's the plan. Because we should get that back from the YouTube API. Like, this little circle is going to be the actual, like, channel icon. Name, description, number of videos, creation date, whatever else we can get. Oh, I agree with that. Draft is just private. Just make it private if it's, yeah. Because if it's, well, we haven't. We eventually are going to need to have like if you make it private, then we'll need a separate database table to keep track of who has access to this list. But yeah, just set it as private if you want it to be a draft. I'm okay with that. Yeah. So right now, my plan is after you've added all of the channels, when we actually show the channel feed, it's going to be the default sort is video creation date. So let's say I add 3 channels to this list. When I go to view the feed, I'm going to see the latest videos from those 3 channels sorted by creation date. But there'll be other sort options. So that's the plan anyways. Draft and private have different meanings. It's true. We haven't really even added the logic for private yet, though. But you could treat them in the same way. Like, basically, if you make it private, then only you would be able to access it. We don't even have the functionality to add other people's access to this list. So I'm not going to add draft for now, but we could potentially add that later if we think that what we have doesn't work. All right, I think that's it. A horror movie? That's unfortunate. All right, I think we're good. So we're just gonna have a create button on the homepage. The create page has title, description, and visibility, and then we'll also need to work on this component, which actually this is the one that actually searches the YouTube API, because you'll type a channel name, we'll show the results from the API, and then you can add those to your list. Great. Everybody agree? Thumbs up? Thumbs up if you agree? Let's write some code. Let's write some code. All right. Yeah, good for MVP. All right, let's get into it. Let's check out a branch. Add create page. Here we go. So first of all, on the home page, if you're logged in, we want to show a button to create. So let's handle that. This is the home page. And if you're not logged in, then we're going to show the tagline. So we're actually going to move this in here. So, but if you are logged in, we'll show this here. So right now it just has your username, but we don't want that anymore. Now we literally want a button where you can click create. So yeah, right now it's showing this. We also want some text for looks like you don't have any lists. Click the button below to get started, something like that. But we want a button. This will be our button. create. Also, I was thinking about this earlier. It would be nice to have a linter rule that stops us from it stops us from putting text here, because this needs to be in the translated files. And then let's look at the different colors. So like we are using the crimson theme. What color options do we have, and how do I see those color options? Primary? Oh, primary is the red button. We could do secondary. I don't know what that preload does. I'll have to look into that. Variant filled secondary. Yeah, so this is what I want. You click the create, takes you to the create page. So if we go to /create here, then can I do something like the preload is create? Oh. It automatically preloads this page on hover. I like that. I like that. Okay. We need some more stuff. So instead of a tagline here, we want to show the text like looks like you haven't created a list. Here's quick stretch. Here we go. This is gonna be general. We'll call this like create list. Click create. Get started. And Mr. Gunn, thank you very much for the resub. I forgot, I didn't thank people earlier, so thank you. David with the prime earlier, Gameldrang with the 2 months, Jerry with the sub, and I thanked everyone else. Appreciate you all. Yeah, so I was thinking about that, like, if I want to say you don't have any lists, then we actually need to know if they have lists or not, and I don't know if I want to add that logic. So for now, it's just going to say that. And then create, we'll just say create, like this. Now, is it possible to reference other properties inside of here? Probably, right? Because I think this can be a function that returns this. And then right here, we could say use English dot right? Maybe not. I'd have to look at the docs of TypeSafe i18n. Yeah, so if what do I call this? Like the landing signed in? Landing or logged in? Page? Something like this? Okay, so I want those two, and then now we need to bring those in here. So this would be landing logged in dot create list, and then this would be landing login dot create. So now we're pulling those in from the translated thing. So click create to get started. Awesome. This is good enough. I'm not going to overthink it. Honestly, we should get a designer in the community. I'll pay a designer in the community to come on and tell us what we could do better. This is perfectly fine for now. Like, we're not going to get hung up on the text or anything because we can always go in and change it later. Let's make a create page. And what's nice is create will actually be a protected page. So you can only go to the create page if you are logged in. So I'm going to create a folder in here called create. And then we get a page.svelte file. And it just says this. Look at that. We're on our way. We're on our way. At this point, we need a form. So we need a form. I'm gonna copy what we've done so far about what am I saying? In the onboarding, we have a form already. And Pablo, thanks for the resub. A bit late to the stream, but I'm with my son. I'm working on a super cool project for SvelteKit Hackathon. Can't wait to share it. Yeah, I'd love to see it, Pablo. You definitely have to share it whenever you're done with it. But no worries on being late. Thanks for being here. So we got a form with like labels have class label. Honestly, we should just look at the skeleton docs on how to do forms, but this seems like it's what we want. Text fields. Forms. Label. Yeah, so we have the form plugin. Insert above. Ooh, we didn't do that. We need to fix that then. Because I think we have the forms plugin below. Yeah, it says this needs to be above. And then an input with a label. Should be fine. Okay. they know that I set it up wrong? Yeah, that's probably it. So let's in here, we want this to be inside of a form. Why is this all complaining? Oh, because the accessibility. Form label must be associated with the control. Input groups. I think that's kind of what I want then. I want an input group because we have a label and an input item that it's grouped with. Input group divider. I don't think I want that. Input group shim? What? And then this is going to be type text. Title. And then a button? Wait, what? I don't understand this example. Update Svelte extension. You don't have to do export let data. That's cool. Yeah, I guess they're still working on their docs because here's the thing. I would expect that when I click view source, it shows me exactly what I'm looking at. Like, I want to see how are they combining the label with the input. But I think they literally just put it in a label thing. And then I don't even need an input group. I think I just need this. That, yeah. Come on. And then description, and this will be a text area. All right, let's see what we get. I'm gonna restart the app because I changed the way the plugins are added. Yeah, so we already have Tailwind Forms. The one thing that I did was I moved it above Skeleton because their docs said that we need it to be there. Insert above. All right, I'm doing something wrong because these don't look right. Those do not look right. They should look more like this. Class text area. And then I think this needs class input. There we go. It's beautiful. It's beautiful. We won't have a placeholder. Hello. Why is it red when it's active? I don't like that. That makes it seem like there's an error. I see. It's input error, which changes the style of the input itself. Like that. Okay. Yeah, I think, yeah, because I mean, my theme is red, so it's just like highlighting with that. That's fine. Okay. Then below that, we're going to have the visibility. Quick stretch. And that's not a text area, that's a drop down. Little select. And then we're going to need to get the visibility options from the backend. But great. I think it's just an option. So we'll have public, unlisted, and private. And it'll default to unlisted. Cool. Let's put a create button at the end. Visibility is a radio. YouTube uses a dropdown, I'm pretty sure. We need to import this stuff as well. So now in the component, we specifically need the LL, and then we can also set the SEO stuff. So title is create a list. So that'll set the SEO stuff. It's not getting set. Is the SEO component broken? Yeah, because it says create a list and then it flops back to the other one. I think the on mount load SEO. It's getting SEO from the store. I guess we also could just add the SEO component. The SEO saga continues, yeah. Let's see. I think the main issue... Actually, I have no idea what the issue could be. where I think is layout setting SEO. So like this sets the description. Okay, here's the thing. Yeah, it's using the same layout. Well, I didn't make the SEO component. I'm not gonna worry about it. I'm not gonna worry about it. But it does seem a little bit broken. That's okay. To do. Fix this. Layout should not have SEO. Doesn't matter. We need a new section in our translations as well. So over in I18 in English, we're gonna add a create page. There is a create button. Also, we need to add all of the labels. So we have like title, which is title, and description, which is description, and visibility, which is visibility, like this. And now we should actually be using those in the app. So instead of putting title right here, we actually need to do ll.create.title, like this. And then this also needs to be description. Yeah, I think we have to now, and this is what I was talking about. Like, now comes the time when we can actually start to decide what is the best way to structure all of this data, right? Because, oh, and then I need to invoke these. Do I need to invoke these? I need to invoke these. Because you can see create is listed twice here. So now, do we put this like in a common one? Like this? And then we reach into common? But then, like, title and description are also going to be very common. So do we move these into common? And then is visibility specific to the create page? Probably it also is like the edit page. Yeah, then you need to figure out where common is and is not. And then also, yeah, so I mean, we could structure it by type. So you have buttons, and then there's a create button. And then labels. I like this better. Buttons and labels. Because then this will have everything, and you know what to reach for depending on what you're doing. And then text like this will be behind a specific pages. Root. Logged in. Something like this. Because that way, like, the homepage root would actually have this tagline. Like this. And then log in with YouTube is actually a button. And log out is a button. Please wait is a label. And then hello world is hello world. I think I like this better. And then if we want to separate the labels by specific page, we could also do that. Like if there's a label on a page that is only going to show up on that page, it could be nested here. But I don't know. I think I'm okay with this, but now this breaks everything else. So this is gonna be, let's see if I can remember. This is labels. So LL dot labels dot title, like this. All of these are labels. And then this is a button. Nice. Okay. So I think, and this is also the test of like, do these namings make sense? This is pages dot root dot tagline. Dot logged in. Did I call it something different? Logged in with a lowercase I. That should be camel cased. Yeah. And then this is buttons dot create. And this is ll.root.tagline. Pages.root. And these are buttons or labels? ll.buttons.labels.please wait. And this is a button. Yeah, so I think that this is why this is not an easy decision to make. Like Late Key is saying, like this could also get very busy if we have a whole lot of labels, and this could get busy too if we have a lot of buttons. But I think, oh, and then I guess technically this should be under messages. The tagline is a message. And then onboarding needs to now be nested under pages. Yeah, and that's what I was thinking is like all of these are generic enough that they get reused. Um, cool. And then the create on the homepage. Messages, create list, messages.tagline. Yeah. I think we're on the right track here because now things that are specific to the pages get nested in the pages object, and then things that are generic enough get labeled here. Now, does please wait get put under labels or buttons? Reference them in pages from the root. Oh, instead of having a nested pages object, is that what you're saying? All right. I need to update everywhere else that we're using these though. Labels, please wait. Buttons, log out. Please wait should be under messages. Yeah, but we're only showing it inside of a button. I think, which is why we put it in labels. Uh, I like. I think I agree with you. It's a message because we could show this as text somewhere eventually as well. Yeah, I like that better. But we are gonna have to update it. LL are the types of translated messages that we're bringing in. The create page will have a create button. Use create English button create. I don't know if I understand your example, Oscar, but that will work with what we have right now. Oh, what does it stand for? I don't know. You'll have to look it up. I don't want to. It's too distracting for me to look that up right now. But if you look at TypeSafe i18n, which is the library that we're using, they'll have information on what it means. That sounds right. Local label, sure. Okay. I think we're good. Let's make sure that we're doing the right thing everywhere. Honestly, I think we can just run a type check across the whole app. It passed. It passed. Let's make sure that we get a type error for something like that. We don't get a type. Why are we not getting a type error for that? Oof. Do we have no type checking in our Svelte files? Maybe in our Svelte our Svelte templates don't have type checking. Everything is wrong with the world. Oh man. Okay, this I don't like this. Why don't we have type checking in our Svelte files? Okay, so we have type checking in our TS files, but we don't have type checking in our Svelte files. It's looking source Svelte. Well, this is I do have this here, but this is this specifically is for ESLint. Like the TypeScript alone, like the fact that TypeScript complains um yeah, TypeScript complains both here inside of VS Code. Um oh, but there's no type error there. This does say TS error though. What are you saying, Oscar? Oscar, like, well, the fact that we don't even get type checking up here is bad. I mean, we get type checking in our editor, but the type checker is not finding it. Back to the configs. So for type check, we're running TSC. Do we? Oh, I see. We actually need a check. We need to run the check command that got generated with the app. Okay. Um, I see. We can't run check alone. Um, so honestly, we actually didn't need a separate type check command. Okay. I mean, I guess I guess we'll have both. We'll have check and type check, but type check just runs check. All right, now if we fix these errors, it should pass. Except for this, which is good because I wanted to tell me to where this is at. So onboarding in the onboarding page. The 20-minute pre-commit hook, that's actually interesting though. Like, will lint stage work correctly with that checking command? Because we also need to update that. I need to take a break. I can't believe I skipped that. But in lint stage, right now we're doing TSC, this no emit. npm run check. Will this automatically only run it against specific files? Okay. First of all, I'm having a real hard time in my editor navigating all of these svelte files and pages. So I know there's a VS Code setting that will change how this appears in the tab. Does anyone know what I'm talking about? Like, I guess to not show plus page.svelte and to only show what the file name is. But this is wrong. Dot pages dot onboarding dot messages dot final. I'm actually curious if lint stage will do the right thing now. And limitless, thank you for the resub. I'm curious though, does that command this one does it accept files from the command line like this? How do we test this? So in the navtrail component, we want a type error. Pops up. But if I point this at another file, does it still check the nav trail? It does. So this command does not play nicely with how lint staged is going to work. We now need to update how lint stage actually runs these commands. I don't want to get distracted by this because we're working on other things, but this is currently broken. It's just running the check for every single file rather than just the changed files. I'm just gonna add a to do. Yeah, only run spelt check for changed files. Yeah, I'm not gonna fix this right now, but we will need to fix it eventually. And it's not the end of the world. Right now, the type check runs on every single file instead of only the changed files. All right. What? Did anybody mention what the VS Code setting was? Well, lint staged it's still doing the thing, but it's well, actually, no, you're right. It's not doing anything because it's technically running the type check on everything instead of only the changed files. The linter part is running correctly though. It's only running on changed files. Workbench editor label format. What's the default? Yeah, so I guess I already had it on. This is the default. Oh, it's currently not possible? Well, that stinks. That's unfortunate. All right. That's short. And then long. That's too long. Medium? I think short is what we want, but honestly, I think I kind of prefer medium. I want to know what the nested directory is. This is going to get real out of hand when we have a lot of routes. But I'm going to go with medium for now because like for me, just seeing the word create, it didn't click with me that was the page that I was working on. I need to see the nested route, but I might end up hating that. Let's just work with that for a little bit though. Okay, where are we at? This is fine. To-dos are just in the code base. We technically shouldn't extract them out into like GitHub issues, but right now they're just sprinkled all over the code base. They're left, the to-dos, we don't touch the to-dos. I want this button to be over on the right-hand side. So let's put it in a div. There's no preloading here because this is going to be a post request. But I want this to be a flexbox with justify end. So it pushes the button to the right, like that. That's what I want. And then the button should have a little bit of spacing, so we'll have margin top 2. And I want more, margin top 4. That's what I want to see. Oh, I'd put only fun. Okay, thank you. I saw somebody's comment earlier. I didn't know what it meant. I mean, it is fun, but only run spell check for change files. Thank you, Limotes. Is it an easy merge? Because I can go ahead and merge that in. Flex and gap 4 to the form. I can get behind that. Only fun. No, not fun. Only fun. What did you have to change? You export them as props. And then on load, you set them using the props. Are you sure this is the fix? Because if a component if a component changes them in the store, do they update in the head? I guess they would. Because no, I think we need some kind. I think you'll also need some kind of watcher, right? I mean, I know Limeoats is trying to fix it. I say like it's not going to be worse than now because I guess it'll be better. Um, yeah. Okay, let's look at this Pranyan. Appreciate you. Oh yeah, we'll fix that next. Let me think about that for a second. Yeah. Because I'm just test it with a component that doesn't import SEO but does set it in the store, and then navigate around a little bit. Because I think we're also running into a situation where navigation reruns the setters. You know? All right, we have a form. Great work, everybody. Let's change the style though. I like what Oscar meant, or what Oscar said, where if we set the form container as a flexbox, first of all, that'll just break everything. Let's see it like that. But now if we do flex direction column, that fixes it. And now if we give it a gap, now things are evenly spaced. I have not made an extension for VS Code. So now with the gap, the labels and their thing and the buttons are all have the same amount of spacing, which is good. Yeah, I think this is good. And Tanner, thank you for the resub. I don't know why I stared at that for so long. Thank you for the resub. Who says, I need to continue my studies on Kubernetes, but I'm too invested in this stream. You know, I guess that's good, but also don't watch me. Like I'm barely getting anything done. You could, if you watch the summary, I think that's probably good enough, right? Needs a top margin above title. I'll agree with that. Margin top 4. Is that better? How do you feel about that, CodeBrains? All right, let's just get this working. First of all, let's get this drop down showing the right things, right? Because right now, we just see options, but we want those to be loaded from the server. So for the create page, we're going to create a page.server.ts. And so this should run before the page renders, and we could do a database lookup to grab that enum. But at this point, we're getting to like the zero config type thing, I'm pretty sure. I think. But okay, we need we're gonna write it the way that they're telling us to write it, which is page server load event. Basically, we need this codes here. Here. This is the old way, this is the new way. And we want visibilities. We may not even need to use the event. Update the extension. Okay. It probably is already. Yeah, I responded Fun Planet. I wanna do the refactoring on stream, but I'll keep your PR open as a reference. We need to bring in the Prisma client. So let's do that. Why do I have 0 type completion at all? Because I need to get that enum from I think I don't even need it from my database. I can actually use the generated type. I guess I technically am getting type completion. I am. I was just in a folder that doesn't have anything. There we go. Now we have the Prisma client. Prisma client dot visibility. We can import that type. I've not heard of Drizzle, no. Good call. We alias this. Oh wait, did we get that working? I don't think we did. I don't think we got this alias working. Because technically it's in the root too. It's not even in the lib. I feel like this should be in lib. We're gonna move it to lib and update all the imports. It does work because if you use the SEO component directly, it passes them as props, and if you use the store instead, the instance of SEO and layout passes the store value in. Good call. Thank you for confirming. Isn't there a type I could import in here? Oh, you know what? I need to import it from Prisma client directly. So if I do import thing from Prisma client, I should get visibility, which is an enum. Yes. No, it's just an object. It's literally just an object. That's awesome. So this will just do object.keys of that. Right? And then I think whenever we create a new thing, so now if we were to use the Prisma client, or we wouldn't do this in this file, but I just want to test really quick. Like when we create an instance or we try to put a new, don't destructure that. Yes. When we try to do like list, create, and we pass in the data, visibility, yeah, so you can actually just pass that in as a string. It's going to turn that into the enum in the insert, which is great. That's all really all I wanted to know. Okay. So this is going to load the data from the server with the list of visibilities that we want to show in the dropdown. That should be fine. That should be all we need. I mean, honestly, I don't really even need to object.keys it, but we will. And then on the client, we can pull in the page data like this. And then data, we should be able to iterate over. So we can do an each. Do I have a snippet for this? Nice. So each visibility as each data dot visibilities. has visibility. Have I heard about SVB? I don't know what that is. Silicon Valley Bank? I have no idea what that is. And then we don't have to specify a value because we can actually just specify this like that. All right. Doesn't know what visibilities are. It's an array of string. Honestly, though, if we really want to get that, I feel like we could grab the type here. Like, the type. Oh, we already have a type. So we could actually, to get the typing on the front end, we could pass it in here. So we could say object.keys as visibility. Do I need both? The thing is, it's not an array of visibility. It's actually this type that I don't want to copy paste. It's this one. This is actually what it is. Maybe that is right. Let's see. Keys or values would, either one would work because the way that Prisma has generated this, we want either one. Okay, that's right then, because this is an array of public, unlisted, or private. And then over here, visibility is public, unlisted, or private. Okay, so we should be good now, ideally. So yeah, check that out. So now it's loading that data from the server. It's pulling that enum in, so that way we can specify it. We could set the initial value to unlisted. And then I want to make sure that I only bring in the type. Oh, never mind. I mean, here's the thing. Will the client side complain if we're importing? We're only importing this type here. There's no actual database stuff here. It's just the type. I think we could be all right there. How will I set up translation for that? I don't think I will. It's a good call out, though. I mean, I think we would have to. But the thing is, the enum is actually in our database. So we actually need a translated version to exist. But does the translated version exist in our database? Send them from the server translated. Yeah, but that's the thing is we need to get their translations. Which means we're no longer using... I guess we could potentially use the Prisma client and the translations to get the type of this to ensure that we've translated each of the keys from visibility. Yeah, we're gonna to do it, but it is something we need to look into because right now, this enum is generated by Prisma using our Prisma schema. So if you look at our Prisma schema, not there, here. Man, we got a lot of code in here. But visibility is actually an enum inside of our Postgres database. And yeah, we need to research this further because there's probably a better way to handle this. Do we actually have a separate table of translations for the enum keys? And that gets loaded into our database? Or do the translations live in the code base along with all of the other translations? That's what we have to decide. I'm not going to decide right now, but it is important to note. And really, this should be, the translation should be done on the server side. I guess that's the other thing, is like the value that needs to be sent, which goes into the database, is the English version. Because the string public or string unlisted or string private is actually what goes into our database. Meaning the form actually needs to have the translation here and the value here. So all of this would remain the same. The one thing that would be different is this right here. To do, translate displayed value. Yeah, so we'll do that in the future, but in the future we're gonna need. I think we will literally have. I don't even know where we would put it, but we would actually have like public. I mean, does it get its own key? Maybe we have enums, and then visibility. This is probably what we need to do, because we have two different enums that we'll need to potentially translate. And then we can translate the type. So if we just copy paste this, we have it there. But then when someone can set the translation, but what we actually need to do is say that yeah, all these technically should be lowercase. But we need to say that no, and then these need to be capitalized, because I want this to be a I want to make sure that all of the keys get specified from the visibility class from Prisma Client. So this is going to be an object where each thing is a key of visibility. What do I want to do there? I don't know the right TypeScript to write. Key of type of? Maybe do something like key? Oh, you're right. You're right. I keep confusing the enum, like the union type and the enum. We are just, I want to import the type. Yeah, so I need these keys to be type checked. Is it? What's the T? Key of visibility. String. It does not like that. Oh. That's right though. Public unlisted price. We're on the right track. Key of type of visibility. If I do just import the type though. Index signature type cannot be a literal type or generic type. Consider using a mapped object instead. Oh, yeah, that's actually totally fine then, because then I can say this is a record of that string. Like that. But these are required. How do I make these required if I'm using the record type? I said I wasn't going to work on this. And we're working on it. Man. Because a record is potentially optional. Satisfies. Visibility translation. Let's just define the type separately. We have our type, visibility translation, which we want to be this, but we can't get it to work. It's extracting the key correctly. Public, unlisted, or private is correct. An index signature parameter type cannot be a literal type or generic type. This is where Copilot would help. I just don't know how to use TypeScript. Yeah, tell me decolors. I don't have that much experience with TypeScript. Actually, I mean, I honestly have a lot of experience with TypeScript. Just not this much TypeScript, this kind of TypeScript. Key of type of, that's what we were missing. We need the in. Yes. But it's not complaining now. I want to see a type error right here that says, hey, you're missing private. That was from ChatGPT? Yeah, then we just do that. Easier. Key in visibility. But why isn't this complaining? Satisfies would make it complain. Or not. Oh yeah, no, yeah. This fixes it. Yeah, because then it says property private is missing, and then we add that, and it comes back. This is what I want to see. Ultimately, like I want this check here because this type comes generated from our Prisma schema, right? So later on, if I go in here and I decide that I want to add draft visibility, I need this to complain because draft would be missing. So that's really why I'm trying to get that type narrowed down there. Is that the right word? I'm narrowing the type. But by doing that, now we get a nice little type error. If in the future we ever go in and change that, then yeah. Okay, so now how do we dynamically get the I think I know how then, because then over here, this actually would be ll dot enums dot visibility at that visibility. Do I get type checking here? And look, we just fixed a to do. Wat. Yeah, because it's like wat doesn't exist in this type. Oh yeah, so we're getting type checking. Beautiful, because it knows visibility is going to be public, private, or unlisted. So then we can grab the translation. We've done it. So now, whenever someone is translating, they'll need to translate public, unlisted, and private. Great. Yeah, this is good. This is good. I like when the type works across different files. Me too. And like I said earlier, it's in sync with our Prisma schema. So, and basically our Postgres enum. If we add to this enum, we're going to start getting type errors that say, hey, you need to add the translation for that specific enum. Beautiful. This is some code, if I do say so myself. All right, we're going to merge Limeote's PR in. So this fixes the SEO component. Best code since that last piece of code. I could get behind that. Appreciate you, late key. All right, now if we pull from main, shouldn't be any merge conflicts. Apex Bug, thank you for the resub. Appreciate you. Cannot pull with rebase. Your index contains uncommitted changes. Are you sure about that? They only changed one file. Have I changed? I didn't change the SEO file. Am I doing the wrong thing? Yeah, I haven't touched this file. That's the only thing that changed. Did we have other merges? We're going to use git stash. So we're going to stash all of our current changes, and then we're going to pull, and then we're going to pop. And now we have all of the changes, our local changes, but why is all that complaining? Change the dropdown's default value. Why? To see if it works, or here's the other thing. We shouldn't be able to get to the create page if we're not logged in. That should just work based on, yeah, just based on our past logic. So that's good. Click create to get started. Yeah, and look at that title. Nice. Great work, Limeotes. It will not work on a non-English locale. I think it will because we're using the enum. And the value is specified. We should test it. We should test that the translation is working, but I think it is. I think it is. Because I'm using the enum. See, value, visibility.unlisted, and then I'm iterating over the. I won't save the translated values because we're using the value which comes from the server side, which is the English translation. And that's the issue, is they're not IDs because it's an enum. Let me show you. It'll work. I'm pretty sure this is gonna work. Let's just test it with another translation. Yeah. Well, I mean, it's worth testing. So, which language do we test in? Of all the ones listed, what are we gonna test? First one in the chat to tell me. Italian. There we go. And then, yeah, I need to extract out this visibility translation type. I guess actually, no, I don't, because it uses the base English translation. Yeah. See, this is why the type check i18n library is really cool, because now when you start to translate, you literally get a type error that says, hey, you forgot to translate this string. All right. This is Italian. Okay, so um, let's see if this works. This is also Italian. Well, I need to test it in Chromium because I can set my language there. So give me a second. Io sono italiano. Is that usual to have the translation to be behind the new release? Won't that be a problem? What do you mean? What do you mean? Should I learn Fastify or Nest.js for microservices? Well, whatever you want. I've used neither of those, so oh, is it normal when you release a new feature to have new keywords in English that won't have a translation for all the languages? Yeah, and so I mean that's basically just how we will handle it. So if we don't right now, and that's how the app is handled. As you can see, I'm actually in a. I have my browser set to Italian right now. Everything else is in English because we have not overridden the Italian translations yet. So the way the code is right now is basically take all of the English translations as fallback, and then whatever you specify will be what is used in Italian. So, yeah, and then if we look at the source, the language here is set to Italian. So, yeah. I mean, I guess I can translate it. I don't want to though. Is it that easy, or are you just saying well, now I'm I'm being inappropriate. If this is not the actual Italian translation, just like add an O to the end of every word. Yeah. See, and so and this is what we want to see. The default value should be unlisto, even though we've set it with unlisted here. It's probably made up. I'm just gonna remove it, but it's working. It's working as intended. I don't think those are real. Man, I told you. Look, and I don't want to offend anybody. So I'm just gonna remove those. And I think that's the thing. Like, if you're seeing this and you're like, hey, I want to add translations, I would wait, because as you can see, the translation file is very clearly changing constantly as we figure out the best way to translate things. And then eventually, once this solidifies, or once it, what's the word? Once we're not making as many changes to the English translations, then I will welcome translations. So basically, we'll open it up so people can open a PR and then just like translate everything into Italian. I don't want to do it one by one. Basically, I want to get this working first, because as you saw, we like moved a bunch of stuff around. So, okay. Non el encanto. I just sounded Spanish though. I don't know how to have an Italian accent. All right. Let's just get this working, and then we'll add the YouTube API. But what I want to happen is I want to add a title like cooking, and then all my favorite cooking channels. And then I click create, makes a post request. It puts it into the database and then takes it to the view page. And thank you, Nika. Do you have the Italian flag? Georgia flag. Yeah, right. This will only be a web app. If we wanted to create an Android or iOS app, it would potentially take some reworking. Like we would basically have to, anything that we're only server-side rendering, we would need to expose as an API. But yeah, honestly, that just reaffirms my my strongly held belief for a very long time that everything should just be an API, because eventually you're going to have a client that's not a web client, and then you don't have to duplicate your work. But in this case, we potentially, as we go, we should extract things out into like standalone APIs that can be called outside of Svelte. But as of right now, like for instance, when this page loads, we are actually sending an array of public, unlisted, and private from the server side in the render. It's not even an array. Like it literally gets rendered as HTML. So there is no way for us to get this list of unlisted, public, and private as a JSON data, which is what you would need inside of like an iOS app or an Android app. Yeah, APIs are great. I feel like we've gone too far in one direction. Like if this is only ever going to be a web app, this makes a lot of sense with all the server-side rendering and everything, but the architecture gets more complicated if we now need to start extracting pieces of this as API functions rather than server rendered stuff. So doesn't matter though. We're gonna finish this app before we start talking about things being an API. Yeah. Okay. Let's get this post request working, and for that we're gonna use form actions. So if we look at the SvelteKit documentation, there are form actions. Yeah, I think that's the thing. And then building stuff with feathers, you get an API. It's a fast API, and then you can just integrate it with stuff however you want. I am researching the integration of feathers and Nuxt right now. Like in tightly coupled integration. Like there are some examples online of having a separate feathers API and a separate Nuxt app, but what would be great, and you could figure this out with SvelteKit too. Like if your feathers app existed inside of SvelteKit, now anytime you need data from the database, you just use your feathers client rather than like your Prisma client, because your feathers client is fully typed. And when it's running on the server side, it's just like a function call. But if it's running from the client side, it would be an API request. So I'm going to figure that out eventually. Form actions. So in our page server file, we need to export a thing called actions. And these are going to handle, for example, a post request. Actions come in from SvelteKit. Actually, they come in from types, this, and we can handle the post request here. Now, we want some validation, and for that, we probably want a Zod validator. Because on the server side, we're going to validate that title and description are not empty, that visibility is set, and then that there's not any extra junk. Yeah. So here's the thing. Yeah, because we could do client side validation with JavaScript, but if we just do this like required, actually, is description required? No, description can be empty. Visibility is required. Yeah, a leaveoff.svg if you're trying to set your flag. Remove the to-do at the top. Thank you. Thank you, Limotes. So for now, those are required. I think, and then on the form, we can say action. Actually, the default action is to post against itself. I think we can just say method is post. So when I click this button, it's going to post against itself, but we actually get client-side form validation on, like, the browser does this for us. The fact that this is a required field. And then that was a post request that got received on the server side. And when the post request ran, this function right here ran in the actions. Yeah. It's good to know, Claudio. Thank you for that. And that's okay. That would still work with our translation library, but it is good to know. But like basically, whenever you set it, you can have any kind of string in here. So it's okay to make this 2 words, like non elencato, like that. That would be okay to do in the Italian translation. All right, we need to validate this data. Event dot body, event dot SvelteKit API routes. I think that's the thing. Like, we probably should. Like, we don't get to benefit from like form enhancement and stuff like that. But if we create API routes, then those could potentially be reused by a iOS app or Android app or something like that. How do we access the body of the request? We read the docs is what we do. Working in this long enough makes you really crave API routes, yeah. Event.request.form data. Cool. That is where we need to validate this with Zod, which, okay, I kind of want to use a plugin for Prisma because there's a plugin for Prisma that will auto-generate Zod validators based on our schema. So, for instance, there's a plugin that will take this definition of this table and will generate a Zod validator. The issue is, in this request, we actually only care about name, description, and visibility. User is going to get set on the server side based on the logged in user's ID. And then created at and updated at are going to get set automatically by the database. And then ID is also generated by the database. So we technically need a Zod validator that only validates these 3 properties. So I could create a one-off Zod validator. But I don't think I want to. I want to use the type generator. So let's go down that path first. Let's look at the Prisma plugins for Zod to see what exists. Prisma Zod generator. Zod Prisma. That's not a thing. Yeah. Here's the interesting thing, though. This generator creates several different schemas for for create, delete, find, aggregate. Yeah, thank you. That's what I was looking for, Oscar, is like all of the generators that we can search across. Not quite. I don't know if you're being like tongue-in-cheek, but for security purposes. So, okay, we have HTML validation, yes, but a crafty hacker won't use our web page. A crafty hacker is going to go over and do curl against it. I forget how to specify the method, but we don't need to use the page. We can send a post request outside of the context of the page. So you absolutely always want to validate here, because basically what we need to do is get the form data, validate data, insert into DB, redirect. So we have some steps we need to perform here. Uh, Curl dash D banana $10. No URL specified. Cross-site post form submissions are forbidden. Was that Svelte's doing? Did Svelte stop that from happening? X post D. Nice. Okay. And right now we're not responding with anything, but if we do I return? Okay. Or event dot I guess it's technically responding with the homepage. Why is this not working though? Like a curl should just be a get. I should be seeing the homepage here, and I'm not. Yeah. Cool. Oh yeah, no. Yeah, I was just saying from the perspective of like a lot of people don't realize that you should be validating in both places. So validation on the client side is purely for user experience, right? Because if you don't validate here, you're going to be validate. So yes, I'm going to be validating on the server, and that prevents a round trip if it's not valid on the client. I mean, I don't even have to be using curl. That's the thing. Like, oh, it's a 302 found. Okay, how do I tell curl to follow redirects or to method post not allowed, no actions exist for this page. I don't believe you. Bad request. It doesn't matter. I don't even need to be doing this, but unexpected curly. Oh, I have a dash L? Don't I have dash L? Oh, you're right. You're right. I'm getting when I try to post, I don't have a login cookie, so I'm actually getting redirected to the homepage. Yeah, so I actually need to send a session as well. So I mean, that's good. That just tells us that our auth is working. Okay, but I'm not trying to grow. Let's validate the data. Let's validate the data. Let's look into these generators. Community generators. Zod. So there's Zod Prisma, Prisma Zod generator. Yeah, we found them. There's this one, which has 473 stars. And what does it do? Add the Prisma generator. It generates this. This is cool because this one lets you specify comments in your Prisma schema that will be used by the Zod validator. Look at the examples directory. So with these two, user and post, it gets put into the Zod directory, which is missing. It's an examples directory with no examples. Okay. This other one, yeah, this one actually has less stars. Issue, examples directory doesn't show generated code. Yeah. If you use an HTML form, you can't show a fancy loading spinner. Well, there is in SvelteKit, there's this idea of enhance, and I do believe there's a way to, with enhance you can actually do client-side validation, and potentially a loading spinner and stuff like that. Comments that become code. You don't like that TypeScript tea time? Skip entire models. This one seems like it has less options. This works with Prisma 4. This was last updated in 2022. Doesn't have peer dependencies. Prisma greater than version 3. Will it work with version 4? Is this library alive? Oh, author seems to be unresponsive. And then you've got the dude that created the other library responding to issues on the other library. All right, he gets points for that. So it's this person, Omar Dulami. He's actually commenting on Carter's repo. And then if we look at theirs, last updated in January, there's only 4 issues open. Yeah, self-promotion. All right, we'll give it a try, Omar. We'll give it a try. Here we go. I just can't. I just can't. Because it's dependent on Prisma internals. Oh, no, yeah, it's a different Omar. Different Omar. Do we write our own Zod generator now? It says fix available via npm audit force. Where did my npm install go? Okay. I just can't. I just can't. Yeah, we're not going to use that library. We're not going to use any library. And for now, I mean, I guess we can check the other one. Let's see what happens when I install this. I think an issue is a lot of these Prisma generators are dependent on Prisma internals, and Prisma internals actually has a vulnerability as well. Not resolve Prisma 3. Yeah, so this one was dependent on version 3. Why is there a banana there? Wait a second. Wait a second. Okay, yeah. Curl output to that file. I was like, wait, what? Is Svelte writing to the file system based on a curl? There's no way. There's no way. I didn't run Dasho. Cool. I don't know curl very well. I really don't want to define my Prisma types manually. So this thing is dependent on Prisma internals, and then Prisma internals is the one with the vulnerability. And the Sid, or the Saeed, thank you for the resub. I don't want to fork this library. Does npm show us if there are vulnerabilities? Honestly, let's just try installing that to see. Yeah, so the 3 vulnerabilities are within Prisma internals. What's socket.dev? Secure your supply chain. Ship with confidence. I really don't want to write my Zod validators from scratch. I guess we will, because the thing is, right now, we're going to have a pretty basic Zod validator. So let's do it. Okay, we did our research. I really don't like seeing vulnerabilities when I do an npm install. So I'm not going to install that dependency. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to create our own little Zod validator. We're going to have our list create request schema, which is going to be Z from Zod. So we already have the Zod dependency because we created a validator for our environment variables. But here we go. So we say that we have a title, which is a string. It can't be empty, and it must be length 1. And then we have a description, which is a string and is optional. So this can be empty. But if it's not empty, then I do it like this. Then amend length of 1. And then lastly, we have visibility, which is a z.enum with the visibility enum. Let's look up the docs for enum. There's a way to pass in an existing enum, I'm pretty sure. Use key of to create a schema from an object schema. It's missing an I? Oh, you're right. Visibility. There's visibility. Is it spelled wrong in our in our visibility? It's spelled wrong in our Prisma schema. Oh no. Oh no. Visibility. Oh no. Oh no. Okay. Well, migration incoming. Yeah, so I feel like there's a way to do. Someone was mentioning if I do Prisma push or Prisma DB push, that'll just take the change, submit it to the database without a new migration, and then if we do Prisma generate, that will regenerate the types. So now, now we get an error on the import. Yeah. Yeah. So now this is like, hey, that doesn't exist because you probably meant to import that. We still need to fix that, but literally everywhere else, visibility, and then we need to visibility. I spelled it wrong in so many places. Visibility. Now the word just looks weird. Yeah, if it's global, is it really a mistake? Visibility. .enums.visibility. So the type safety was wrong. Visibility. I need to rerun the dev server because I think our types are completely off at this point. Yeah, we need to regenerate the migration. Don't let me forget that. Basically, we need to just overwrite this. I mean, honestly, I could do it manually. Visibility. Yeah. All right, that's fixed. That's fixed. That's fixed. Now we need to figure out how to get the enum going with Zod. Object.values. Great. It does not like this. Oh, that's why I couldn't find it. I searched for the wrong thing. Native enums. Well, I guess it's not even an enum. String enums? That's what I want to see. Oof. Okay, just native enum, and then I can pass the enum in. Okay, so title, description, and visibility. For now, that's all the create is going to have. Title, description, visibility. Great. So now that I have this validator, we will validate this data. So we'll have the validated, and we'll say list request schema dot parse async with the data from the form. And if this throws an exception, then how do we get that error back to the client side? Use object.fromEntries. Oh, you're right. Because this gives us back form data, and then we want it as an object. So form data object is object.fromEntries with the form data. Cool. We'll log out the validated data and see what happens. Now this is complaining. Can't access property unlisted. Visibility is undefined. Don't know about all that. Okay, I'll have to look into that fail function because basically I need to get access to the errors on this page to render them out. Visibility unlisted. That is a thing. Let's kill that. Let's just close that and restart the dev server. Oh, I forgot. I think I forgot about one place up here. I guess I didn't forget that. Why do I have no type checking? I don't believe you. All right, we got to be doing something wrong. So line 288 and page.svelte cannot access property unlisted. Visibility is undefined. Why is it undefined? Maybe we need to load it from the server side instead of importing the type. So let's do this. In the server load, we're going to specify visibility as visibility, like that. Now that's an object. Why do I have no type checking in here? Yeah, so now we can use dot visibility on the client side. So we're sending it from the server to the client now. And then here we can do data dot visibility dot unlisted. That seems weird. Like it was working earlier, importing it in the Svelte file. I don't know why I had to move it. I think it makes sense now. Like we still want to avoid importing like Prisma client inside of a component that could be rendered on the client side. So that seems fine. All right. Let's try submitting the form. So we need to look at actions and then how to handle a failure. Return success true. Validation errors. The fail function lets you return an HTTP status code. Let's try it. And then fail comes from SvelteKit. And we will try catch the error. So at this point, if it's valid, we'll log it out. We'll then insert it into the DB. But if it's not valid, then we need to do this. We'll put some spaces because that should do it. Okay. We got 400 bad requests. Where do we get access to that information? Form? Form missing true. So really what I want is just like error. And then on the, why is this complaining? Yeah, that's fine. No consistent return right now. And then we get the action data as well. And then we get access to the form error. So I want to show like a little alert message. Let's grab an alert from Skeleton. See you later, Jerry. Thank you for hanging out. Have a good one. Alerts like this. No icon, no message, and then the message will just be the error. Form.error. It knows, so the types flow through. That's cool. So specify that there's going to be an error type on there, and then show it. But we only show this if form.error is a thing. Nice. Nice. So it's working. We're showing it. Excuse me. I want variant build error. Dynamic, or no, Dr. Thu. Thank you for the upgrade sub. Appreciate you. Yeah. So now we get the server side error, and now we want some nice to use errors. This package gives us that. Do I want it, or do I just do it myself? Zod error converts an array of Zod issues that look like this into this. Yeah, I don't want that. I'll do it myself. And then maybe we extract it into like a reusable function. But we'll say if e error is instance of Zod error. So we'll default to that. Otherwise, we're going to set message equal to getting that internal error. So yeah, we pull in Zod error from Zod. This is the one? I only want the messages. Yeah, like this. Okay, we'll install it. Because otherwise I basically have to have this. Well, I still need this logic, but then, yeah. Okay. Oh, you're right. Do we translate the error messages? Oh! I think we would, and then we actually need to bring in the error right here. Yeah, that's what I was gonna do, CodeBrains. Basically, like, just parse it myself. So, like, the error messages is an array. This is a string array. And then Zod error.issues.map the issue, and I want the issue.message. Like this. And then I want to join those all together on a new line. Required requires. Let's look at the let's look at all the issues. Yeah, and so to translate the error messages, we need to specify those error messages coming from translation. So we have to grab the path required. But then we need, yeah, then we would need to translate the error message too. Okay. We've got some work to do here because here's what we need to do. We need to say title required. Description cannot be empty. Title cannot be empty. I guess if I do that, now messages should be all that we want instead of required. Where did they go? Required. Oh. This is not working. I was like, yeah, so the it's missing those properties, which means it's not even making it to the yeah. This is not working. Oh, we don't have any names. Disability. That's what we want to see. Okay, so T Kaj Talk has a good point. We should potentially return error codes and then like map those to translated error messages. That's one way to go about it. What I was thinking is we could actually pass in the translated value right here. Um, and that way, when that error message comes back, we're using the translated value. Um, on the server side, we don't have the locale. We should have the locale of the request, though. You're totally right, though, because at that point, we actually need to dynamically create this schema based on the locale. You're totally right. We actually would define it within the request, so that way we can dynamically set what the error messages should be. Yeah. Oh, our server is aware of all translations because this whole thing is server rendered. So, yeah, literally every single page, like the initial load of this is server rendered and it injects all of the translations. And yeah, I don't know. Can I? No, it has to be a string. Add errors to the create page in the translation. Probably like in the server side load function. That feels. Does that feel bad? Like we have something like errors here. And then we could actually access event.locals. Or event.page data. Yeah. There's a lot of different ways to do it. I think we go the route of just putting all of the error translations in here. I don't like the idea of error codes because then we have to keep track of like code numbers and stuff like that. It doesn't feel as easy to find the specific error code that you want. Whereas if we do something like errors, title required, and then we grab it here. And description required. Like this. So now they exist there, and then right here we load the locale and load them in. All right. How do I get access to L? use LL. You're right. So that's why I have description cannot be empty, and then I have title cannot be empty. But I guess technically that's two different errors, right? So um, this is, it has to be length 1. Yeah, I think that's fine. Because this is listed as optional, that's only going to show up if they put spaces in there. But yeah, this is my thought. Let's just finish this thought, and then we can talk about the best way to actually do this. Do I do this? How do I get access to translations here? Use the store? Is there a store? I need to just look at their library because I don't know how to access it directly. I don't think I can't use $LL. So we have LL. Readable translation functions. Oh. Never done this before. Okay. And then right here I can say get LL. Yeah. Errors dot title required. Description required. Cool. So that brings in the translated string. The issue is we also need to set the locale. I see. So, okay. But we need to set the locale. And we're setting the locale like for the client side on every render. So if we look at hooks, server hooks, where do they go? Here. We are doing detect locale using the language header. And I think we need to do the same thing right here because when they send the post request, it's going to send the language header for the current request. Locale gets set in the hooks. You're right. You're totally right because when a post request comes in, it's going to hit this already. It hits this already, which means we already set the locale. Or do we? No, we set the locale in the layout. Yeah, it's a lot of indirection, but basically, or does it? We set the locale on the client side, but the layout would have ran. But no, because the layout is not going to run for the server side. I believe we still need this. I believe we still have to do this. We could use locals. We don't have to detect it again, but we still need to call set locale on in the page action. I believe. Right? Right. The other issue is there's some other internal Zod stuff that we would potentially want to translate. But if we're only grabbing the message, then that means we're grabbing the translated string. So that should be fine. Yeah. Okay. I think we're good. I think we've made it. Let's make sure that this is working, and then you all can tell me why this is bad. Cool. Title cannot be empty. Description cannot be empty. I want to render the new lines in this section here. How do I do it? Does anyone know what is the CSS property that will respect new lines? I could search the web for it, but I feel like you all could do that for me. Well, I don't want breaks. I don't want HTML. I want a CSS way of doing it. White space preline? That's it. White space preline. How do we do that in Tailwind? White space pre. On the page, we have this. I think we'll do a little paragraph. And we'll give this the class of white space pre-line. Look at that. Title cannot be empty. Description cannot be empty. We've done it. We've done it. But if you want to see this translated, well, let me show you how that would work. So in the some other language, so we'll do it for Italian. In Italian, we could specify these. Title cannot be empty in Italian. And then in Chromium, go to this page. Nice. So once we have these translated, those will show up as the translated strings. Okay. Now, let's talk about. Do they have the Italian? What? There you go. Several people were mentioning that I should be using error codes. Let's talk about that. If we do that, then we would actually need an error code like translation map or something like that. But with the library that we're using, this is how we've gotten it to work. We essentially are using those error messages when we create the validator, and that way, if the validator fails, we're pulling in those translated error messages. The other way to do this, I honestly don't even know how we would use error codes in this case, because we would then need to, if we were to use error codes, then we would have to figure out what the error was with the Zod error, and then map that back to an error code and return the translated information. So this makes the most sense to me based on how all the libraries that we're using, right? Because if I don't pass the translation in right here, then that means, yeah, let's say I don't pass the translation in here. Then when I come across the issue, I have to do more checking. Like if issue.path at 0 is equal to title, then I have an error code, and then I look up based on that error code. So I think if you're working in an API, purely an API, error codes I think make a lot of sense, because then you have like an error code map on the front end. Yeah. I think well, so we need to cast it because error could not be a Zod error. It could actually be a database insert error. which we haven't gotten to yet. Because right here, we would say Prisma client dot list dot create. And this could throw an exception, which would be a Prisma error or a database error. So Zod error only happens if the parsing fails. To bring in the Prisma client. Lib db.server. Data validated. And that's going to complain because we have a few other properties we need to specify, like the user ID based on the fact that they're currently logged in. I think that's it. I think that's it. Where's the error I'm looking for? Is missing the following properties: name and creator. What is name? I thought we called it title. Man, I don't want to rename everything to from or do I? I'm just going to rename this to title because otherwise I would have to update like 5 files. So all of these are now called title instead of name. List meta can still be name. List item actually can still be name too. Okay. Error codes are the second param in the Zod schema. All right, I'll look into Zod error codes. It feels like it's going to be more cumbersome than what I'm currently doing, but we'll see. I'll look into it just to be sure. Yeah. I should use safe parse. Why put validation and database write in one try catch? Because I prefer to do it that way. Then I have a single place where we are handling errors. If I do want to handle the database error specifically, and I want to see like, is it a specific Postgres insert code? I could do that. And I much prefer that instead of having like nested try catches. Or because if I didn't have a nested try catch, then I would potentially need to define the data outside of it. I've always written it this way, and this makes the most sense. This is also the least cumbersome because any error that could happen happens right here, and we handle it there. We're about to put it in the database. Yeah, so my ORM does do the migrations, but because this is our initial migration, we're early in development. Things are changing constantly. Good call, Urkuden. Things are changing constantly, so I actually don't want a new migration. I just want to keep updating the existing migration. And Prisma DB push writes those changes to my database. So now my database has the updated property as well. But this I needed to manually change because I didn't want to generate a new migration. I'm just editing the existing migration. Yeah, who said to do that? There was some recent YouTube video and Twitter thing about nested try catches. I highly disagree. Yeah, so we have not deployed yet, and we're still figuring out our database schema. We haven't even put anything into the database yet. So we're still figuring out our schema. When we deploy and when we have like version 1, we'll lock this schema in, and then anything after that will be a migration. But right now we don't need new migrations. All right, now this should only be complaining about missing user. Yeah. Uh, um, do I need to Oh, you're right. I think that's what somebody was asking earlier. Then I can just do that. You're totally right. Yeah. I think that's it. That's it. Here, user ID is going to be event.locals.session. Why does that not work? It's type session. Oh, this needs to change. We forgot to update the import here. This is now auth core types. Oof. Yeah, we didn't change that earlier. Nice. User ID. Great. I know that that's not going to be undefined. Because you can't even get to this post request handler unless you're actually logged in. What do I do here? This is not undefined. This? Yes. Forbidden non-null assertion. Listen. You literally can't get here unless you're logged in, so it's going to exist. Yeah, so then we get back the inserted data. And can I do a redirect? With a what's the created status code? And we want to go to, does this give me type completion? 201 created? We'll come up with a URL to send them to. All right. Oh, it needs to be a string. Really? Oh, redirect needs a 300. That makes sense. The reason, okay, so correct me if I'm wrong, but we're dealing with forms, right? So this is a literal form form submit. So when we make the post request, the server side actually doesn't respond. It redirects to some other page. Because if we respond with data, then it would like show the JSON data on the page. What is the not modified? So redirect, but don't cache this. Check next time. Return 200, redirect on the client side. I don't like that. I don't like that at all. There's no reason to handle it on the client side, because basically when this button gets pressed, all the data gets sent to the server. The server responds that we need to be redirected. Like, it doesn't even respond with the data. Like, if we were building an API, absolutely you want to respond with the created thing, but this is no API. 302 found. Do I need to throw it or can I return it? Is this it? Have we done it? In Italian. I think this is it. I think we're ready. I think we're ready to put it in our database. Title: Cooking. All my favorite cooking channels. Great. Nice. We need to regenerate the Prisma client. I think. Oh no, we need to restart. we need to restart the Svelte app because we regenerated the types. All right, we'll also start up Prisma Studio just to make sure there's nothing in our database yet. I don't think there will be, because if we look in lists, yeah, there's no lists. But after we do this create, let's close all this extra stuff. After we do this create, it should be in there. Ying. 400 bad request. What? What is the error? Oh, because we're throwing the exception, which gets caught right here. Come on. I'm pretty sure we can return a redirect, right? Because that makes total sense. At this point, we now have, look, we got 2 things in our database. Let's delete these. Yeah. Let's see if the redirect actually works though. Cooking. All my favorite cooking channels. 500 internal error. Use throw redirect instead. Man. But you know what that means? We wrap this in a try catch with a no op, which just feels so hacky. It just feels so hacky. Yeah, so but the thing is if we move it below the try catch, then we have to we need the inserted value. We could define it outside, then we'd have to check if it was null. Yeah, let us just it feels better to detect the error if the type of is redirect. Like this. Um, mm, why can't it find this type? Do we not get access to capital R redirect? Hmm. and then I can't match on the type because the types get removed. I guess I could just check for error.status and location. If status in E and location in E. E is type unknown. Yeah, I know. I know that. Oh, I guess I want any. And then I have to do this. Never? Wait, what? Well, I need the inserted ID, which only exists inside the try. No, I want to do this because if it's like a database insert error, I want to show that on the form. That's Let's see if this works. Nice. That works. So that takes us to list/ID where we can actually use it. I think what we probably want is let's grab the user. Can I do this? That's not valid syntax, is it? How can I destructure and tell it that it's not null? Because what I want to do is I actually want to redirect to like user.name / list title. Well, then we need to slugify it. Forgot about that. We should probably we need to create a slug. We're gonna do this for now. I'm gonna add a little to do. Better URLs with a slug, username, and slug. Okay. Because it might be private or unlisted, we should use the UUID. Well, in the GET request for a list, we'll have a privacy check before rendering it. Is this it? Is this what we've been waiting for all these weeks? Can you use Insta? Let's see what you have, Dojava. But I just can't get access to this type. I don't think they export the redirect type. That's the main issue. I guess they do. Where did that come from then? It's at the top. Control? Node? Polyfills? I guess the issue is they don't export the object. Is it hooks? Go up to directories. Grab the control. But then the redirect, capital R redirect, is a type. It's exported as a type instead of a class. So yeah, there's just no way. There's no way for me to import it as far as I can see. Let the hooks deal with the thrown error message. What I guess I would define hooks for create, and then that could handle Zod errors. I should use 201 for that redirect. It's not a real redirect. Thing is, I can't. So a redirect has to have a redirect status code. Why would E be never? This is just what TypeScript likes. I mean, I actually don't even know what this means. I mean, TypeScript thinks we're never going to hit this code, I think. Right? Because the never type doesn't have properties? I don't know. All right. I honestly need to take a break, but also I might end it here because I mean this took us almost 4 hours just to get this. But shouldn't this be this complex? With server rendering, I guess so. Well, no, that won't work either, Zyrus, because so instance of requires like a class. So if we look at Zod error is a class. It's not a type. Because instance of needs a value on the right hand side. You can't do instance of with a TypeScript type. Because if we look at redirect as it's defined in here, it's a type, not a class. An interface, yeah. And so an interface gets stripped away. They're like this is not it's not the class instance. So you can't do instance of. Sadly. They need to export the actual type, the actual class. Writing tests would be so fun. Maybe. Click create to get started. Okay, here's what we'll do. The last thing I'll do is on this page, we're going to list out any of the lists that already exists, and we'll at least show the title and description on the list page. So we'll get that working. I have to use the restroom though, so we're gonna take a quick break. But when I come back, we're gonna show the created lists here, and then when you go to a list, we're gonna show the title and the description. Yeah. I don't know. I hear that quick doesn't make things complicated. I would be interested in building this exact flow. With like Quick City form actions. Like they have this interesting concept here where you define anything inside of this action $sign is server-side code. Doesn't even have to be a separate file. It just automatically, this is server-side code, and then you can just call that function from inside your component. So that's interesting. There's like less separation there. But I think in general, like handling server-side posts with a server-rendered framework, I think has always been weird. Like you're getting the form data, you're doing a redirect instead of like a render. Because like I wouldn't want to render the page on a successful redirect because I need to change the URL. The way that I'm writing this, no, it won't. I mean, yeah, it won't. All of this is server rendered. Like if I wanted this to be API functions, I need to extract this code out into API handlers and then potentially call the API handlers from inside of the actions here. That might be the better way to go. We'll sit on this. We'll sit on this for a little while. But I gotta take a quick break. I'll be back in 5 minutes. In 5 minutes, we will list all of the lists here, and we'll have a basic list page that shows the title and the description. What's wrong with API endpoints? Just different. It's just different. I think you don't benefit from less JavaScript, I guess, if you have API endpoints, because you then need client-side JavaScript to handle the return data from the API and do something with it. Something like that? I don't know. I'll be back in 5. How can I disable memory saver in Chrome? Yeah, don't do that. It keeps closing my tabs that were in the background, and then it loses all of its state, and then I have to click through everything again. All right, see you in 5 minutes. I'm back. I'm ready to write some code. Are you ready to write some code? Here we go. I did see in the chat, who was it? Acepti? BCTPE mentioned, Svelte expects that you return success, show an alert on the client, and do a client redirect. Yes, I took a rest. I also said hi to my dog and my wife and told her that it's going to be a little bit. Let's look at this. Let's look at Svelte actions to see, yeah, if that's actually what they're, because if they recommend that, we're going to do that instead of just throwing the redirect. I would be okay with that. Anatomy of an action. Also, we can turn off focus mode. Form.success. Successfully logged in. Welcome back. Really? Is that what I want? Yeah, see, they're doing the redirect inside the page action. After the action runs, the page will be re-rendered with the action's return value available to the page as the form prop. Progressive enhancement. The easiest way to progressively enhance a form is to add the use enhance function. Yep, still going. We're pretty close to the end though, but we're still going. Without the full page reloads, it will update the form property on the successful earned valid response. I'm a seal. Thank you. Appreciate you. You didn't have to do that. Thank you for the gifts. A clean solution is to use safe parse and no try catch. I think you're right. Because then that gives us back the result. What does it give us back? You're right, we need to try catch the DB insert, but I guess that's different. That's the one nice thing about this right now is it handles the database insert error as well. Does this gives us back errors? Oh, I see. Safe parse doesn't throw an error, and then you wait, or does it? Yeah, I think I'm okay with what we have. I think the only thing up for debate right now is whether or not I should actually throw this redirect on the server side. I'm not seeing anything in their docs that like does the redirect on the client. So far, anyways. Yeah, because this redirect is on the server side. Then that would be a client-side redirect. So if we don't want a failure, then what do we just return an object? An object? Yeah, so we return an object, and inside of it, we can have the list ID. Success, true. Like this. Then we don't have to handle this anymore. That cleans that up. And then on the client side, we just do it. So if form dot success go to. Yeah, I think their docs are assuming that the same page is rendered. I feel like for a lot of people, it's been a while since you programmed this way because you haven't done server rendered stuff in a while. Because like basically the browser does the post against the page itself because I haven't specified an action. Like you could technically specify some other page, but in this case, it's making a post request against the page itself, which runs this, and basically it just re-renders itself, including whatever data got returned here. Form.listID. That. So if the form was a success, then we do the redirect here. Yeah, and so I think that's the whole reason why we handle this stuff on the server side is like, technically this page could be used completely without JavaScript before we did this. Now that we've done this, you need JavaScript. You need JavaScript to run in order to do the redirect. That's okay because you literally need JavaScript to be able to play a YouTube video, I believe. The YouTube iframe has to have JavaScript enabled. So this cleans this up. We don't have to check for instance of redirect, and we don't have like the weird throw. We just return this was success. Let's try it again. Let's open up Prisma Studio. Because we already have, we're going to delete one of these. But we are going to create another one. We're going to create skateboarding. All my favorite skateboarding channels. Create. What went wrong? Cannot call goto on the server? Man! So, how do we check if we're on the client or the server in Svelte? Because if we're on the client, we go to. If we're on the server, we redirect. I guess we're always going to be on the server if form.success is true. Can't we assume we're always going to be on the server? Let's not assume. Let's do this. So, browser from app environment. And what is browser? It's a boolean. This is it. All right, we got skateboard. Travel. All my favorite travel related. I'm gonna call this travel and food. Travel and food related channels. What's up, Yurigo? Welcome in. Why 500 error? I mean, they're all in there. They're getting created. What do you mean in browser? like, um, get rid of the redirect? Yeah, I saw. I don't even know what this means. What does this mean? Undefined. I see. So that way the page will actually be rendered. But then after the render, it's a client-side redirect. Cooking, travel and food, Silent Asia. All my favorite channels with no talking, just nice video of places in Asia. Why on earth is there a debugger statement? Did you wait. An error occurred while loading the page. This will cause a full page reload. Oh, that's fine. I think it's because it's not found. I don't know why it's stopping on the debugger though. It shouldn't stop on the. We're deep in SvelteKit. Not found is fine. That's totally fine because we haven't created that page yet. All right, let's just create that page. I think this is better. I think this. Yeah, I like this better. So that way we don't have any weird throws in here. We return the success, and then on the client side, after the page is re-rendered, we navigate to that. Great. Now. Let's create the page to actually view the list. So I'm going to create a list folder, and then inside of that, we have ID, and then inside of that, we have page.svelte. Is that it? Is that the right syntax? Yeah, they left that debugger statement in there. Maybe that's a bug. Cool. And now we also want a page.server file. And this will actually do the database lookup. So this goes here. We want the Prisma client. And then we get the params. So if params, it'll be defined. So the list is going to be Prisma client dot list dot find first. What's up, Thindal? Welcome in. And we want to find where the ID is params.id. Like this. Cool. And we'll say if list is a thing, then we're going to render the page and include that list in the data. If it's not, we're going to redirect to a not found page. Or, I mean, can we render with the status code of 404? Like, we get access to the request here. Can I do... No, we need the response. Response.status? Advanced route matching. Does it look like I rage quit? It looked like I'm done. I went to get my water. Okay. Um, mm, I don't know if I care about this. What I care about is throwing or like saying that this was not found. Is there a not found? Oh, throw. Where'd he go? Where'd he go? Throw error, not found. Easy. Yeah, and then this is going to complain because it's not a literal, but we can update our types for this. ID in wait, what? Um, we need to override this type. Where do we do that? Here. Um, let's go to this type. Status is a number. HTTP error. Did it in the wrong spot. Here. And then I say that this extends error. Yeah, I know. I know it's a function. I know, but I want to get rid of this this linter error right here because ESLint doesn't like when we throw things that are not an error object. So I'm going to tell it that it is an error object so that ESLint stops complaining. How about now? Nice. Nice. Okay. Let's see what happens. If I do this, well, then it's not a not found error. It's not a valid error creating UUID. I'm just gonna try catch this. and just assume if there was any kind of error, um, it wasn't found, right? Right? Yeah, this is what I want to see. Not found. Because basically, before it even queried the database, it was trying to parse this as a UUID, and it wasn't. I mean, we need to handle that though, right? Because somebody could try to go there, and we need to handle that. It's not always going to be a valid UUID. All right, this needs to be translated. This needs to be translated. I see what you're saying, Oscar. If we want to match against a UUID, we could have a custom matcher for this. So that's what you're saying. I don't think I want to do that because I think eventually we're not even going to allow people to go to the list by ID. Yeah. Okay. Real quick, it'll be easy enough to just show the title in the description. So we can have a paragraph tag with data.list.description and data.list.title. And then text like that. Great. We've done it. Font bold. Oh, not fold. Font bold. Yeah. Why are none of these any different? Now the fun begins. Oh, I could have two folders, one which matches a UUID, one which matches a slug. I like that. Well, not today, but we definitely will do that eventually. Why are the Tailwind classes not getting set? Maybe we need something from Skeleton. If we look at like Skeleton typography, unstyled design tokens, text, font heading token. Don't use P for a heading. It should. There already should be a reset. Oh, just use an H2. Nice. That's really all I wanted to see. Okay. Wait, is it? Oh, I see. It's responsive. It gets a little bit smaller on smaller devices. Yeah, accessibility, that should be an H2 because this is the H1. Cool. What was I doing? If it's not found, we need to actually use the, do I have to pass in it? Can I just do that? Error 404. That seems fine. Otherwise, we need to translate it. I think it might make more sense to have like a common error page with translated tokens. Yeah. I'm doing find first. Find unique is fine because I mean ID is a unique column. Create error.svelte. Somebody else mentioned that. What do you mean by that? I mean, what I really want to do is something like errors dot not found, something like that. But if I do that, then an expected error is one created with the error helper. Oh, I see. Do we have an error page? We don't. So it's using the built-in one. So we could define our own. Yeah, this is what we'll do. Um, add extra properties to it. The thing is, we're not really using a generalized error page just yet. I think I'm gonna go the easier route for now, and we're just gonna add a not found property here. But now we have to define that LL thing, which honestly isn't as easy, but we can use the locals here. So here we pass in the not found message, and so that'll translate it, and then it gets rendered out. So that's the English translation. And then, for instance, if we added the Italian translation, we did a form, yeah. These so on. Not found. There we go. It's in Italian. Okay. While I'm thinking about it, I'm gonna get rid of those so that way we have real translations. Do I need to do that? I guess I have to subscribe. I see, and that gives you the subscription. It feels like we're gonna do this in a lot of different places. It might make sense. To do this set locale elsewhere? I'm gonna leave this here for now, but it's possible that we refactor this into like a common middleware somewhere, so we don't have to do this every time. Can I test real quick if the locale is set in the hook? How do I get what the detected or what the currently set locale is? Um, as far as I know, the only place we're calling set locale is in the layout. Um, yeah, here. And then the page we added earlier. Um, yeah, I guess the issue is like earlier we were doing a redirect, which would not have loaded the layout file, which is why we're loading our translations directly in here. But yeah, let's see. If we don't set the locale here, yeah, so if it wasn't set on the server, then it defaults to English, I guess. Let's see what happens. Um, we need that Italian translation. Um, yeah. Oh no, that's really inconsistent. Check it out. So, um, oh look at this though. If I load it in Italian, it like it loads as Italian, even though my browser is set to English. So I know that I need to set it right there because basically on the server side, the locale got set during this render, but for this render, it didn't get set. So I absolutely need to set that before it happens. So that way, it's in the context of the request because this request is in Italian and this request is in English. So I do need to do that. There's possibly just a better place that we can do that. Um, is this a good use case for satisfies? Oh, you mean over here? No, but I'll show you where we did use satisfies earlier, which I think is a good example of it. Right here. So, I think even if I did as, yeah. So when I used as with visibility translation, so visibility translation is a type that says you should have these properties that should all be string. And if I do this, for whatever reason, I don't get the type error. But if I say satisfies, then I get the type error that says, hey, you're missing private. Private is missing in the type. So this is a use case, I guess. But let's see. You're saying on line 5. Yeah, I actually have no idea, do Java. And that's something that I'm potentially worried about as well. But I think so. If you think about it, it's Node.js, so it is single threaded, which means that at least this is how I have it in my head. This line of code will complete before some other client or some other request code completes, right? So basically, a request comes into the server. A single thread is handling this. This renders it with that locale, and then we need to, let's say, respond with error messages, then this code runs. So because it's single threaded, as long as you've set it before the code runs, we shouldn't run into that issue. So yeah, either, well, actually, so that's a potential race condition though, right? Let's say you set the locale here, and then what if we await? Yeah, this is not good because if this took, I don't know, a few seconds, some other client could have set the locale, which means when this line of code runs, it has the wrong locale. I have a feeling we're going to run into some race conditions that we need to fix. But that seems like that we, yeah. Well, await pauses the execution of this function, and which means that the server can then respond to some other request that came into the app. But then when this is unpaused, the locale potentially has been set to something else. I think as long as we set the locale right next to where we use it on the server side, this only happens on the server side, because on the client, you know, it's just client rendered. But as long as we always set the locale right before we use it, we can be sure that it has the right locale. Honestly, this is some good use case for some tests, some end-to-end tests that are testing different languages and stuff. Why is this complaining? Expected function to return a value. It's not better to have a middleware using locales every single server function. Yes, we kind of have that, but right now we're setting the locale in the layout file, which means right before the render, it's setting the locale for that given page. Allow non-singleton locale initialization. This is kind of what we need as well. We need a different. It shouldn't be a singleton. It should be unique to every request, and then a part of the context. Honestly, we could probably figure out a way to do this. We could figure out a way to do this. Like basically in our main hooks.server, for this one request right here, we could attach to the locals I mean, I guess we technically already have the locale, but yeah, I don't know. Store? A store? What IDE to use for TypeScript? Just VS Code. Literally comes from the same company that creates TypeScript, so it's probably the best editor for it. All right, we need a list of lists on this page, and then I think we're done. I think. Is everything working? Why is everything so hard? I guess it's hard because it's new, but the thing is, like, it's not that new. We're new to SvelteKit, but these are all concepts that I've worked with before. It's just a matter of working with them in SvelteKit. On the home page, we want to show the lists. Yeah, I would agree with that. Because we're doing internationalization, that actually does make it hard in a lot of scenarios. Like, you need to internationalize error messages, enums, all of that stuff. So, and then somebody solved it. Let's see. Bracket same line? Do I want that? Okay, the fact that it got merged in, we're on the latest version, so should be fine. I would say the reason that we specifically ran into it was we are setting the locale on the server, and then for one page render, but then not for the other one. So I feel like Um, um, yeah. To get rid of this, I agree with that. Let's look at our prettier config. Mm, I didn't fix it. Onboarding page.svelte. It would fix it. Let's see. What line? Line 20? Oh. I can't even. Routes. Protected. Onboarding page.svelte. Line 20, column 12. I'm gonna get rid of that. I don't know. I don't know what it fixes. Let's see. What's up, 9CTO, who says, do you have any advice when working for American companies? Just join one. You want to keep working there, but you're Latino and don't quite get the entire culture. Um, I don't have direct experience with this, but I have worked at global companies that had people of all nationalities and cultures and backgrounds working there. Um, it's tricky to navigate. I would say, like, because you already you want to keep working there, then I think you just have to learn the culture. I would say ask your colleagues. I'm sure, like, if you have good colleagues that are like open to questions like that. Um, he did want me to put it on the same line. Oh, we just didn't reload. You're totally right. You're totally right. Let's put this back, and then let's reload. That's why we weren't seeing the errors, because I didn't reload. But if that's something you care about, nice, nice. If it's something you care about, then it's something that you can work at. So first of all, you can just watch American movies, or really just search the web for information on, like, if you notice a weird behavior and you're trying to understand it, just look into it. But also, I would ask your colleagues. Like, your colleagues definitely probably, like, they want to help. They want to be good teammates. So you could ask them, "Hey, what do you mean when you're using this slang?" Or why does everyone act a certain way? And I'm sure your colleagues would be able to answer you as well. So yeah, my advice is, yeah, just be open with your colleagues, and because you do want to get it, then you can just learn it. Is America 2050 still here? America 2050 is actually from Argentina. But their name is American 2050, and they know a whole lot about American culture. So they've devoted a lot of their time to learning about American culture. Um, no, don't say that, Oscar. But the thing is, I mean, you might work certain places in the U.S. that have open carry laws, and then they might do that. I don't know. What am I doing? I wanted to. Argentina is. I guess you're right. It's South America. You're right. You're right. Um, Okay. Thanks for that fix, Oscar. Oscar, I like that. So yeah. My advice is, yeah, just try and be open with your colleagues. I'll say that like the one thing that was weird for me when I worked at a global company is, um, I smile and laugh all the time, like regardless of. I mean, see, I'm doing it right now. So like even when things are potentially sad, or when I mean, I guess a lot of Americans probably do this when they're nervous. They'll be like laughing when they're nervous. But I had a colleague that was from Taiwan, and they did not understand American culture as well, um, and they got offended at the fact that I was always smiling and laughing. They're like, "It's not a joke. Why are you laughing?" I was like, "That's just my natural state. That's how I behave." But I don't know if that's necessarily an American thing, but it is definitely a cultural difference, right? Because, um, yeah, and it doesn't necessarily mean nervous. It kind of it's just like my default. It's how I react to a lot of things. So, um, I also I had to be careful around them because I wanted to be uh what's the word? Uh, I wanted to respect their beliefs and their culture. But I also tried to explain to them that like I'm not laughing because I think it's a joke. I'm laughing because that's just how I respond to things. But yeah, it just comes down to communication at the end of the day. Yeah, the thing is like I can't see it from an outside perspective, so I don't know if it actually looks forced. Like, does it look like I'm laughing on purpose or like I'm forcing a laugh? Because I know people like that, and I hope that I don't sound like that or look like that. I did it again. It's just like it's like a reflex. It's a reflex. Um, yeah, yeah. The American dream or the German direct culture. That's the other thing is, I don't know. Like, Germany is definitely one place where people act that way, but there are other countries where they like to be very direct, whereas most Americans kind of like beat around the bush, which is the a saying for they're not direct. They yeah yeah. No worries, Codex. I don't take it as rude. I am curious though. I keep doing it. I keep laughing. See. All right. Um. Oh, okay. So, Dennis says, I did an international class for 6 months. I had to behave like an actor. It turns out Koreans act in a very different way. For me, it was very uncomfortable to put so much emphasis on the fact that you're acting. That's fascinating. Like, do you mean like so? Like, for instance, the TV show Squid Game, which has Korean actors. Do you mean that when Korean actors are acting, they are clearly behaving differently or delivering their lines differently than if they were to be doing it naturally? Is that what you're saying? Yeah. Yeah, and Do Java is mentioning they started on a local team with remote, including US and India. And I guess are you in the Czech Republic, Do Java? For years it was hard, but with time you get to know it. Yeah. Wow. But thinking about Korean actors acting like they're acting, that's a very different thing. Because like in at least as far as I interpret things, like in American culture, to be a good actor, you shouldn't be able to tell that you're acting. Like whenever I'm watching an American TV show and the actors or actresses are very clearly trying too hard, it takes me out of the immersion. Like it's really hard for me to watch shows like that. But what you're saying is that in Korean TV shows, they very clearly are acting versus like being immersed in it. Yeah. Fascinating. Yeah, I mean, that's actually really fun. Like if they're self-aware, if they know that they are not acting well, then it's cool. But if you can tell that they're like really trying and they're trying way too hard, it's harder for me to watch. All right. What were we doing? We want to list all of the lists on the homepage. right here. Right here. So we technically need to render those out on the homepage. So I think we'll do that right here. Because if the user is logged in, and we're going to be rendering the homepage. Shakespearean acting, sure, but it's. I'm trying to think of like an example of recently. I also don't want to call people out on it, but uh, like forced lines. Honestly, honestly, there's like the Darman videos. I mean, I don't want to be mean because it's not everyone. Yeah, so if you're not familiar with this, Darman has like an entire channel with like a lot of um um they all have all of here's the thing, all of these stories have a good message. But uh I'm not going to watch them, but if you watch them, honestly, I can even tell. Like, I feel like this is overacting there. So this actress was directed that she needed to potentially flirt with the patron, but she's like trying way too hard when she's like she's very clearly making the motion of like rubbing his shoulder. It doesn't come off as natural. Like that's not really how you would do that in the real world. But it also comes down to like how they deliver their lines. I don't know. I don't know. Yeah, I saw that. I saw that drama. I mean, which it's not. I guess it's not even drama. It's like, yeah, he should be paying his actors and actresses better. All right, here's the dilemma. Our homepage is doing a lot. Our homepage is doing a lot. So if you look at the homepage, page.svelte. Oh, I guess technically what I want is page. Yeah, I want page.server because, yeah. It's funny that it took us this long to get here, but we're starting to see potentially how messy like a Svelte app can start to look. And messy might be the wrong word because like they have them grouped in these file names for a reason. Like that does make sense. But now we need a page.server.ts. And this one file is going to run before this. But what that's going to allow us to do is something like this. Where I see you later, Codex. You're getting a haircut? That's big news. Good luck. Good luck. Can't stand naming everything. Yeah, it's like you have to think about like what is the alternative though, because basically what this gives us is a very clear way to separate the types of things that are happening. And the Rob White, thank you for the resub, appreciate you. It very clearly separates back-end code from front-end code, but it all just looks the same. I mean, it could be interesting to have a single file where all of those things are exported from, because then you just have onboarding.svelte, and it has the server functions and the client and the render functions, but it'd probably be harder to separate that way. Yeah. Okay, here's what we want to do. Lists is an array of list like this. And then if why am I not getting type completion? Event. Oh, you see, I see Codex. Yeah. See ya. Thank you for hanging out. Um, yeah, why am I not getting type completion here? Shouldn't I be able to access locals? Because really I want to do, if locals.session.user is a thing, then we do this. Otherwise we return, well, we do that no matter what. We do find many, where user ID is locals.session.user.id. This returns list. List from Prisma client. Yeah, we didn't even get to the YouTube API today, but I guess that's all right. We learned a ton about Svelte specific stuff. Oh, I think that's the issue. This isn't running. Well. Well. Cool. So locals session user. If that is defined, then give me all the lists. Yeah, so this is going to give you all the lists that you created. Yeah, and that's what we're listing out right now. So on the home page, we can now list those out right here. Let's look at skeleton. Do they have a list component? Lists. Yeah, like that. um, we want to repeat this. Each data dot list as a list. And then right here we show list. But we don't have the page data yet. We need to bring that in like this. List title. Look at that. It doesn't look very nice though. It's going to be a huge commit. We have so many changed files. Uh, um, a description list. We're not doing multiple features. I guess technically this could be considered a separate feature. Okay, now, yeah, I want a navigation list. This dash nav. And then the anchor tag goes on top of the span. Nice. because then I can click on one, which takes me to the list. So this will now be dynamic. So we go to list/list ID. List.id. Beautiful. Cooking. Skateboarding. Travel and food. Silent Asia. Cool. Honestly, on the homepage, I don't really even want this click create to get started message. Now we can actually, okay, this is what I wanted to do earlier. Now we can do a thing. We have an app. We have an app. Now we can say, if, not that, if data.list.length. So if you have lists, then we say, click create to create a list. Well, actually, we'll do this. We'll change that message to say, click create to, honestly, that's fine. That's fine. So great. And then we have them. Great. Great. Everything's great. But then if you log out, 500 internal error. Nice. Cannot read properties of undefined reading user. That's fine. This needed that. Yeah, so now if we purge the database, we can get the full flow. But yeah, if I log in, that's fine. Well, now I'm a new user. This is cool because we get to see the new onboarding flow. So I'm a brand new user. This page is going to be updated where you can set, do you want dark mode or light mode? You can set your locale. You click let's go. Click create to get started. Let's create a list of makers. All my favorite maker channels. Create. Nice. And then if we go to the home page, we have it, we can click it. And then if I log out, no 500 error. And we're good to go. Yeah, you only get error handling if you're a user, if you have an account. But no, we fixed it. Okay, it's coming along, everybody. Yeah, it's coming along. It's coming along. We didn't integrate with the YouTube API, but we at least have created them. And now, when we go here, there's going to be an edit button, and then when you click on edit, you can add all of the channels. So next time we actually work on adding channels to an existing list. Cool. Yeah, all of this. This is not protected. So if I log out, I can still go here. We technically need logic. Let me actually just add it to do because I didn't do that. We need logic here that checks the visibility. Why is this complaining? I don't believe you. I don't believe you. I guess technically, I mean, we could do it right now. We could say, and where visibility. Come on. Come on, TypeScript. The individual, so the page itself. So the page itself should show a not found if it is private. Man, Man, why am I not getting type completion? Visibility. Oh, is it not status? Is it not visibility? Is that why I'm not getting type completion? It's literally called visibility. Well, no, so you can still go there if it's unlisted. You just can't go there if it's private. That's the only logic we need right now. Oh, is that the case? I see. So find unique is okay. That thank you for that, Amasil. Find unique makes sense because it's like a more performant query if you know you're querying by unique fields. In this case, visibility is not unique, but it should be indexed. And I think in this case we want an or statement. Or I say visibility is public and visibility is unlisted. Because if it's private, then it should show not found. And really, I should be using the enum here. Visibility dot public, visibility dot private. Great. Oh, you're right. You're right. What if the user is logged in? If the user is logged in, then we have more complex logic. So we'll do that later. To do. Handle visibility. Cool. I think we're done. Here's what I need to do. I need to blow away the database and make sure that this migration still works because I updated it manually. If list and no, I'm done. I'm done because I still have to do a summary of everything we did. Look at everything we did today. We did so much, and I need to get out of here. So I'm gonna kill the database, and remove all the Docker data. So start the database from scratch, completely from scratch. We could have done Prisma reset, but completely fresh database. Run the migrations. First I said unlisted, and then I wrote private. Yeah, that's why I deleted all the code because we're gonna handle it. We're gonna handle it at another time. And now we'll run the dev server, and we can test the flow one more time. There are no users in our database, so this should create the user. Oh no! Oh no! Foreign key constraint failed on the field user settings. Yeah, I think, did I change this to like unique or something? I think I did. And where's the user settings? User settings is possibly undefined. Yeah, I'm just gonna regenerate the migration. I'm just gonna delete this entire folder. Um, okay. Okay. So we do our onboarding. We can create a list. First try. And then we've got it and it's there. We can click on it. Awesome. I'm curious. So if we add everything, remove. Oh, because the init has a new date. Or rename. Yeah. Okay. We should be able to see in the git diff what changed in the actual SQL. Yeah, we fixed the spelling of visibility. That's one thing. And then we changed name to title and we fixed the spelling of visibility. I'm curious why resetting everything fixed it, but I'm okay with that. I am okay with that. We at least got here. We did not get to add channels from the YouTube API. Oh no. NPX svelte sync, maybe? So what's the sync command that I need? SvelteKit sync. Yeah, that's not good. So our linter is failing. Variable title implicitly has type any in some locations where its type cannot be determined. Limeoats. This is your problem. It's the SEO component. Yeah, we just need to define that. Yeah, why I don't know how it. Oh, you know what it was? We weren't running the actual type check on yeah, it's not your fault, Limeoats, because we just fixed the fact that type check wasn't running the svelte type check. That's the issue. Because what we learned was we were just running TSC, but we actually needed to run this command, which actually catches the type errors. Is there change visibility of a list? Yeah. So everything we have so far is super basic. There will be an edit page where you can change the title, the description, and you can change the visibility. All right. Oh, this is too many changed files. First try. Create page. This honestly might be the most we've gotten done on stream in a while. It feels good though. It feels good. 25 files changed. All right, we never even got to the YouTube API. But thanks Omar2205. That typo kills me. The fact that we hadn't caught that yet. Visibility. No, I'm happy. I'm happy that we changed it. I'm glad we caught it now because we were referencing it in so many different places with the misspelling. Yeah, I'm glad we caught it now. Yeah, we came up. Okay. Yeah, we thought the type was safe. Um, yeah. Why does visible become visibility? That's an English question I can't answer. Like, to be visible is visibility. Like, has a property of being visible versus visible. Visible is, I don't know. I don't know. So much. Okay, how am I going to talk about all of this? I'll find a way. Yeah, I like this change. I won't merge it in today though. Thank you, Midu Java. Um, visible is a boolean. Yeah, I like that. So visible is true or false. Visibility is there are different types of visibility that it can be. I guess. I don't know. Um, all right, it passed. It passed. Let's merge it in. Can you add it in an issue? I don't want to go into the settings right now. If you open up an issue, I'll fix it in the settings. Wow. Yeah. I think really I'm just gonna show the functionality that we have here. And then I'll show the fix here. And we upgraded skeleton. We didn't have to do anything. I mean, here's like this is a 5-hour stream. We got more done than like 2 7-hour streams combined. I think it's also because I was very adamant about like I did a better job of um trying to work on features versus like getting hung up on tiny things, little things. Yeah, thank you, do Java. So we should show that. I think we had to modify the Tailwind config file, and then we also had to modify the layout svelte file because we changed the imports based on their docs. Cool. Then what do I want to talk about? Yeah, I want to talk about this. Talk about the fact that we had to change the visibility. Then this is a part of the upgrade or the fix. We added quite a few changes to how we're organizing translation. So I'll show this because now we're organizing by labels, buttons, and then pages. And then we have the create action. Is type safety good? Yeah. So we can create a list. I think I'll show this in my editor though. Showing the list on the home page. Yeah, I think I'm going to wing it from here. From here, we just show the app and then we point to the code as we show the app. And this diff shows that. Cool. All right. I'm going to clear out the database. Okay, this is it. Here comes the YouTube video. Hello, friends. Welcome to Coding Garden. Welcome to this devlog, where I'm going to review all of the changes we made to our app called Listed, which is an app that will allow users to create, share, and watch lists of YouTube channels. So in today's episode, we first upgraded our Auth.js dependency. So we upgraded from 0.5.0 to 0.5.1. But that brought some really nice changes because before we were overriding some types and we had to import from this really weird location. But now with the latest version, they fixed it so that we can just override and import from auth core types. Similarly, you could see that we had a to-do in our code base that we got to get rid of. So we're now importing from auth core types. Everything else works just fine. So that was a good update. Also, we upgraded Skeleton to version 1. So they officially released version 1. And this was actually a very simple upgrade because we had recently upgraded to 0.132.5, which was release candidate. And so we fixed all the breaking changes then. And now that we're in version 1, we actually didn't have any breaking changes. But we took a look through the getting started docs, and we did notice we did something slightly different than the docs. So we changed that up. So in this case, we're importing all.css after the theme instead of before. And we also were able to remove this fix. So Skeleton got updated, and this fix was to change the styling of the light switch, but we don't need to do that anymore. The other thing is, when I was looking through the documentation on how forms work with Skeleton, it actually did mention that forms need to be required before the Skeleton plugin. So now in our Tailwind config, we're bringing in the forms plugin first. And also, we fixed our type check. So I did not realize this, but before, we did not have any type checking for CI and for our commit hooks on Svelte files. So before, we were just running TSC, or the TypeScript compiler, directly. But what we found out is if we actually run the check command, which exists in our package.json. So this comes generated with any with any SvelteKit app. If you look in the package.json, it has this check command, which we actually need to run. So we changed type check to run check, and then it started catching errors that we then needed to fix. So we had to change that to make sure that it's running that. The one issue is right now, there's no way to run this command, svelte check, for individual files. There's actually an open issue for that, so we'll have to update that eventually and remove that to-do whenever they fix that. But now our Svelte files are being type checked as well, which is good. We also added this change to the prettier config, bracket same line. There was some weird formatting where the greater than sign for an HTML tag would be on the next line. This makes it on the same line, which we prefer. And also, there was a typo in our code. So visibility was spelled wrong in our Prisma schema. So we caught that during development today, and we were able to change that. And then finally, we started working on some actual features. So the feature we worked on today was being able to create a new list. So now after you're logged in, you get dropped on this page that says click create to get started. You can click on create. You can give your list a title. So for instance, if you want to make a list of cooking channels, you can do this, add a description. Set the visibility and then click create. But we also did some server-side validation. So first of all, if you try clicking create, it just uses the browser's required attribute to do the form validation. But we also have a validation that doesn't allow empty. So if I put a bunch of spaces in here and then click create, we actually get this we get this error from the server side. So the server side does validation before putting it in the database, and it notices that those were spaces. So this error is actually being returned from the server. The other cool thing is that this dropdown actually comes from the enum generated by our Prisma schema, or this dropdown comes from the enum that we defined in our Prisma schema. So Prisma generates the TypeScript types, and so we can actually use that dropdown here. We're also doing some fancy stuff where these values will actually be translated whenever you load the page under a different language. So yeah, it has internationalization. So we're doing a lot of stuff here. Let me kind of break down what's happening in the code. And let's start with this. So on the create page, you can see we have this little if block here. If there was a form error, we're going to show those errors. So that's actually where this is coming from. In a second, I'll show you the server-side code that set that error. Otherwise, we just have the form itself. And you can see we're bringing in all of the labels from the internationalization library. So all of these will be translated depending on what you load the page as. And here is how we do the translation for the drop-down enum. So we can use the enum itself, which we're passing down from the server side. So I can do what the default value is, visibility dot, and in this case, I'm defaulting to unlisted. And then visibilities get passed down from the server side, which is all of the possible visibilities. And the value is the value as it will exist in the database. So this will actually be public, private, or unlisted. But the display value is the thing that needs to be internationalized or needs to be translated. So within our translation, we actually will be able to pass that value in and render out the translated value. So if we look in our translations, you can see in our English translations, we now have a property called enums. We're specifying visibility, and then we have the default English translations. But we also wanted type safety. For this, because if we were to ever go into our Prisma schema and change visibility or add another option for visibility, we want our translations to yell at us. We want them to say, hey, you're missing whichever one. So we got that working by creating this visibility translation type, which basically says that every key in visibility, which is the type union generated by the Prisma client, every one of those should exist in here. So if we don't specify private, then TypeScript's going to yell at us because it's like, hey, you did not provide a translation for that. But now that we do that, these are the English translations. And if, for instance, you wanted to translate this into Italian, you could go in here, you could specify this, and then you don't have to do all of this because it's receiving the type from the base translation. But then you can add all of the Italian translations like this. And now if this page were rendered in Italian, it would actually show the translated string instead. So we're pretty happy with the fact that we got enums with translation working. So that's pretty cool. Yeah, and the other thing I'll mention is we also did some reorganizing of our translated strings. So if you take a look in the English example, you can see that things have been moved around. So we now have a section called buttons where we're putting all of our button text, and a section called labels where we're putting our labels. And these are potentially labels or buttons that are in multiple places in the app. And then for specific pages, we now have a top-level pages object, and then each page has any of its specific translation properties. Now, we thought a lot about this. We had a lot of discussion on where stuff should go. I think I like this. I think I like where we're headed with this. And we're potentially getting to a point where we're not going to have everything in this TypeScript file. We're actually going to import it from like JSON files so that non-technical people can add translations and stuff like that. But I think we've settled on a good format that's working for us. The other thing is we have errors that are translated as well. So if there's I guess, for example, the errors that show up on this page actually come from translation. So title cannot be empty and description cannot be empty. We're setting those using the translated string. So you'll also get translated error messages whenever it's loaded in a different language as well. So yeah, if you look at this file, you'll see how we reorganize things. But basically, anywhere we're accessing a translation, we're now using this new structure. So this is the client-side page of the form. When the form gets submitted, it sends a post request to the backend, and that is handled by the page.server file that sits right next to this Svelte file. So this Svelte file is the form, and then when we click submit, it does a post request, which gets handled over here. So in Svelte, this is a concept called actions, and we've defined our default action. So this code is going to run when we receive a post request from this specific page. You can see this is where we're doing the translation, because on the server side, we needed to get access to those errors to pass into our Zod validator. So that way, if Zod throws a validation error, it's giving us back the specific translated messages. So we get that LL object, we set the locale to be the locale of the page request, and then we create our validator, which is validating that we have a title, a description, and visibility. We grab the form data, and then we pass it into the validator. And if it was valid, we put it into the database. So this route is under protected. So you could only ever get here if you're logged in. So we know that user exists, and we're going to create this list. Excuse me. Oh yeah, and you have a good point, Koku. But our app supports that as well. So if you want to add a country-specific translation, it'll just work by putting the folder in here. So you could add English-CA, and then that would override if the user has their language set to Canadian English, for instance. All right, let's talk about this again. And then after validating that, we put it into the database. So this route is protected, so we can assume that this user object on the session exists, because you can only ever make a post request here if you're actually logged in. And so we use the user ID of the logged in user when inserting into the database. And so that creates the list. And if it was successful, if it got created, we return an object with a success property and the list ID. So that's where this comes into play. No, it doesn't. So if it was successful, we return an object with success true and the list ID. If there was an error, we check to see if it's a Zod error. If it's a Zod error, we go through and grab all of those error messages, and then we use this fail function. So fail is built into SvelteKit, and that's what allows us to actually send some data back to the form to be displayed. So you can see here that we're sending back an object with an error property, and that's how we get access to it right here. So that error property is specifically set by our backend code if there was an error, and then we display it inside of an alert. Now, if it was successful, we return this object, but we actually handle the redirect on the client side. So a post request comes to this backend action. We then return this info, and then when the page re-renders, we're checking to see if form.success was true. And so if it's true, then once the page is loaded inside of the web browser, we're going to redirect to the actual page for that list itself. And now let's see it in action. So if we don't have an error, so let's say I create a list for cooking, all my favorite cooking channels. I can set the visibility and then click create. We get redirected. So it sent it to the back end, validated it, put it into the database, responded to the front end, responded, and then the browser, well, once the page loaded, did the redirect to this specific list page. And there we go. We have a list inside of our database. So today was really just looking into and learning more about form actions, and then also kind of determining how we're going to do localization with errors and enums and all of the things you don't think about that need to be translated. So it was nice to figure that out as well. Oh, and I didn't show this. So this is what loads before the form itself loads. So if we go back to the home page, the fact that we have this dropdown, that's getting loaded on the server side. So before the form page loads, we pass down the visibility enum that has public, unlisted, and private. And then we also pass down an array of those visibilities. And that's actually what we're iterating over to show those options. So all of that's passed down from the server because this is technically an enum that exists in our database. And so if we ever add new ones, our client code doesn't have to change. This will automatically pass down those visibilities from the database, and that's how they get rendered out here. So that's list creation. The other thing we did is on the homepage itself, we're now listing out all of the lists that you have created. So we can see on the homepage, We have some logic. So if there are no lists, then we actually show that message that says, click here to get started. But if there are lists, then we don't show that message at all. We just show the create button, and then below that, we iterate over all of the lists. And for each one, we show the title, the description, and then a link to that specific list. So if I click this, it takes me to the page. I forgot to mention it, but we haven't even integrated the YouTube API yet. We've really just gotten creation of lists. Next time, we're going to integrate the YouTube API. Hey, what's up, Austin? Thank you for the raid. Welcome in, Raiders. We're doing a summary of what we did today. Yeah, what were you working on? AI tools. Nice. Nice. Very good. All right. Let's redo that. So on the page, if we click the specific item, it takes us to the page for that list. You'll notice there's no actual YouTube API integration yet. We're going to do that next time. But so far we have creating lists. And now whenever you're creating a list, next time we're going to add the ability to actually add channels to this list. Okay, let's think about what are the things we didn't talk about that we want to talk about. I talked about translation. I talked about the types. I think we covered it. Is there anything else like weird in the code base that we did today that that I didn't cover? Oh, I didn't show the code on for actually how the list view page works. So let's do that. So for the individual list page, this is just another route that queries the database. So if you look in here, so it's not under protected because these lists will potentially be public that even non-logged in users can look at. You can see in the Svelte file, we're just rendering out the title and the description, and that comes from our page data, which actually has that list. So if you look at page.server, we're actually querying the database. So when the page loads, we're looking up that list in the database by ID, and if we found it, we're returning it so that the client side can render it. If there was any sort of exception, potentially an exception will be thrown if the ID is not in a GUID or a GUID format. So that would throw an exception. But if that's the case, then we're going to take you to the not found page. And this is another scenario where we're doing some translation because we actually want the not found message to be in the user's native language. So we're setting the locale before rendering that 404 page. And so that works just like this. So if I specify something that's not found, it takes us to the 404 page with the not found message. And that's about it. And that's it. So, yeah, I don't know. Let me think about the right way to say this. So we're using Svelte as our framework, but it's both bracket backend and front end. And that was it for today. We were actually extremely productive, so we got a lot done. We didn't get to the YouTube API yet, but we're ready for it. So next time, this create page is going to be updated so that way we can actually add channels to it, and then we can start working on the feed where we pull in those channels and videos and everything else. So that's it for today. That's it for today. Thank you so much for watching. If you found this useful or any of my other content useful, please consider support it. Let's do that again. If you found this useful or any of my other content useful, please consider supporting me. I'm supported by viewers like you, so if you go to coding.garden/support, you can view all of the ways of supporting me. And until next time, thanks for tuning in. I'm live right now on Twitch, twitch.tv/codinggarden, and we're working on this same app every Friday. So hope to see you in the chat. Have a good one. I'll edit that together somehow. But look at us. It's an app. We're doing it. I think eventually we probably do want to add like client-side validation too instead of just this, but npx Prisma generate. That will generate the types. If you do npx prisma migrate dev, that will run the migrations against your database and generate the types. Yeah. Cool. Cool. We did it, everybody. I can't believe we did it, but we did it. All right, let's get out of here. Definitely follow me over on YouTube. I have the archive channel is where all of these listed streams get uploaded. If you're looking for recent live streams, you can check out the main Coding Garden channel. If you click on the live tab, that's going to have more recent streams. And tune in on Monday. So on Monday, we're going to be doing a live Q&A with Miško Hevry. So he's the CTO of Builder, creator of Quick, originally the original creator of AngularJS. So he's going to be on stream doing a Q&A. So that'll be awesome. So definitely tune in on Monday. And you can find the schedule for my live streams over here. Does it make sense to have a package script for Prisma Generate? I don't think so, just because it's easy enough to run npx Prisma Generate, I think. Anyways. No, he's done more than that. He created AngularJS and Angular and Quick, and he was the co-creator of Karma, which is like a testing library. But yeah, if you go here, this has all of the upcoming streams. Check for typos and listed. I'd appreciate it. But Monday, at this time, if you go to this page, it'll be in your time zone. Miško will be on the stream, so definitely tune in. If you want to bookmark it on YouTube, you can do that, but it'll be live here, both here and on YouTube. But on YouTube, you can click that button just so you don't forget. So yeah, I think that's it. Follow me over on Twitter. We also have a Discord if you want to chat, and let's go on a raid. So if you are a sub, you can use this raid message, and if you're not a sub, you can use this raid message. He was on Syntax. That's awesome. That's awesome. I mean, I guess I can reveal it. I don't think it's that much of a secret. But Wes Bos is going to be on the show too. It's not scheduled yet, but he will be on the show. He will be on the show, and we're going to be doing a Q&A sort of, but also we're going to do pairing coding improv. Yeah, so I guess he's really familiar with like live coding, and he's done the what's the thing he did with Scott where he tag team coding or tag team pairing. We're gonna do something like that, but with coding improv. But it might not be for like a month or two. But he's gonna be on the stream too, because all of these guests are on the stream because of JS Nation. So JS Nation, I'll be there. I'll be an MC, but I'm gonna be interviewing some of the speakers on my channel, and Wes Bos is gonna be one of them. So yeah. But also check out JS Nation as well, because I'm gonna be there. All right, let's go. Let's get out of here. Thanks everyone for hanging out. We got stuff done today. It feels good. Feels good. Wherever you are in the world, have a wonderful morning, afternoon, evening, or night. And until next time, here's this.